Good morning, sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports for the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us. It is a glorious morning. It is January 21, 2023, third episode of the year, and we are just going and blowing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Scorekeeper, and thank you for joining us. It is a wonderful, cold, absolutely cold morning, I got to tell you. But a little bit of good news on the horizon, so I shouldn't complain. Good morning, Aisha, and thank you for the like this early in the morning. So, yes, we are live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and God knows how many other channels. But thank you. There's coffee in that nebula. And, yes, I have coffee this early in the morning. So, oh, my goodness, already feeling it. And we're going to get to it, folks. We have a lot to get on or get going. Apologize. Like I said, not feeling very well. Oh, man. That's great. That's perfect timing. The nose started to run. So I'm going to have to just stop the camera for a quick moment. Yep. Going to be able to keep talking, though. But, hey, it is what it is. Wow. It's cold. It is absolutely cold. So we'll get to that right now. It is only 37 degrees. It's going to get to a high of 64, overnight low of 39. So it's going to be warmer tomorrow morning than it is now. It's crazy. Humidity is 74%. Yeah, you can feel it. Pressure is 30.31 inches, but the humidity is not like back east. Oh my goodness. Visibility is 9 miles at this time of day. Sunrise is at 6:54 a.m. Sunset is at 5:10, which is good to know. The dew point is at 30 degrees, so we're just 7 degrees above that. UV index, of course, there's no sun right now. It is 0 of 10, and we are in a new moon as far as the phase out here on the West Coast. So, good enough. It's great. Got to get the codes going. I am running behind because it is so cold. So I'm going to get those codes going to everyone right now and see if we can have the group joining us shortly. So I am in the wrong profile. I'm going to go to it right there and see if we can get this bad boy posted. And if anyone wishes to join us this early in the morning, you are more than welcome. Duh. And we'll see. So there it is. It is now in the group. I'm going to go to the group page right now, NDB Media host, and absolutely awesome. So again, I apologize trying to get this going. It is freezing out here. Oh, StreamYard. I put SteamYard. StreamYard. Oh, StreamYard. I'm unable to spell this early in the morning. There it is. Boom. Done. I love when you get those spam emails where it says, congrats, Roger. No reply email. I don't get it. Oh, you want me to click on the links? You want me to act like an engineer and be stupid, huh? And click on the link. Yeah, I know how that is. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But, hey, it's all good. Having a tough time getting going early in the morning. Good morning, Big Dog. And we're just trying to get going, folks. So, how am I today? I did get a bit of good news, folks. I don't think I have them with me right now, but I did receive results from my X-ray. I'm starting to slur things. I'm starting to act like a superintendent, but hey, that's neither here nor there. I did receive. I've been going through batteries of tests and lots of things. I'm getting old. And I'm set for, I got the X-ray results from the from the hospital on my ankle and my right foot. And lots of bad news. So I'm going to start therapy. I'm going to start, I have to visit a podiatrist. I guess they're going to have to do a lot of stuff. And it's good to know now what I have. So, hey, it's all right. and I have other batteries of stuff that I've got to do. So, hey, it's great getting old, but hey, it is what it is. So, folks, I've got everything going. I had to restart the computer this morning because it was being a little, dumb. So, we're going to take a look at what we normally do. So, again, I do apologize. It's taking us a moment to get going right here. So, we're going to take a quick look at things that are going on in history. Today in 1920, the 14th Davis Cup, Australia beats Great Britain in Sydney 4-1. And in other beautiful events, we have back in 1975, it was the 28th All-Star, the National League All-Star, Montreal Forum. Wales Conference beats the Campbell Conference 7-1. The MVP was Sel Apps Jr. He was with Pittsburgh, and he was a center. Back in 1978, Panamanian boxer Roberto Duran, it depends on the accent, becomes undisputed world lightweight champion with the 12th round TKO of Esteban de Jesus at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. He defends his his WBA title for the 12th time, also takes de Jesus' WBC title. Ooh. And finally, back in 1994, the Dallas Mavericks suffered their 19th straight loss at Reunion Arena, 91-87 to the Seattle Supersonics. It extends an unwanted NBA record for the most consecutive home defeats. Wow. Back in 2010, Kobe Bryant becomes the youngest NBA player to reach 25,000 career points at 31 years, 151 days, and he beats Wilt Chamberlain's record by 35 days. So, hey, it's all good. It's all good in the hood, so they say. The custodian of a church quit, and the pastor of the church asked the organist if she would be able to also clean the church sanctuary. The organist thought before replying, "Do you know that I know how to mind my keys and pews?" Stew with that one for a little while. You guys can keep that one. And yes, good morning. Actually, no, that one is due like in a week or two. I had the brain scan. Actually, that's going to be on Wednesday. What time is it? At 2:30 p.m. I take it back. Yeah, that's when the MR is going to be done. Mental. So it's all good. Wow, Aisha. Facebook is, geez. Well, you can always join us on twitch.tv/NTB Media. So, maybe. Oh, yeah. Working on it. We are working on it. So, it is what it is. But I have my, there's coffee in that nebula, and I have my coffee right now. So, absolutely going and blowing. I do have my announcement, folks, on our first annual Hall of Fame vote here at NDB Media. And I got to tell you that, unfortunately, no one was elected. So it is what it is. Sent out notices, and the deadline was Thursday. And I got to tell you, when the votes were counted, no one collected 75% of the vote. So we tried to duplicate the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame ballot. We did. We had over 125 people that were invited to be in. And I got to tell you, unfortunately, the votes were all over the place. But it is what it is. And I do want to thank everyone for participating. It was, there was no one close. I'm going to tabulate the statistics probably for next year's when we, say, well, this was last year's vote. And then I'm going to do a big theme, I'm going to be matching the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame vote. So for next year, we're going to put up all the numbers. But no one was close. Wasn't even there. It was absolutely horrid, wretched. I don't think anyone got near 40%. And we were following the same Major League Baseball rules where you had to have election at 75%. And hey, it is what it is. Again, I want to thank everyone for participating. It was fun. And looking forward to seeing what happens next year. Taking a look at the calendar, today is the 21st. It's a little thin on some of the events that I have. Of course, we have the divisional round of the NFL. That's going to be happening this week, and at 7 o'clock, basically at the top of the hour, we're going to go ahead and have our picks. We already have several. Roz sent them in already, and I want to thank the big dog for keeping track of that. He's made it his own. Along with Almighty, they've been doing an absolutely phenomenal job on that. But upcoming in February, on February 4th, the National League All-Star Game is at Colorado. On February 12th, we have the NFL Super Bowl, of course. On the 18th, the Big Dog will be hosting the Mount Rushmore of NBA. So looking forward to that. Also on the 19th, the 71st NBA All-Star Game in Salt Lake City. Woohoo! World Baseball Play begins on March 8th. That's for the World Baseball Cup. And backing up on February 5th, Formula One starts in Bahrain. So I know we went over the NASCAR calendar last week. I believe on the weekend of February 5th, we have the event right over here at the Coliseum in Los Angeles. Actually, over there. So, yes, let's see if I can line that up. There's my camera. Maybe 3 degrees off by that. That's where the Coliseum is to me. Approximately 30 miles away. So they did it last year, and it looks like it was a major success. Oh. You spend 3 months working with the superintendent, and it retards your language, even your thought process. I've noticed that ever since September, but hey, it is what it is. And, hey, it's a disability that I have to deal with now, and I'm going to have to work through it. But, whatever. We'll see. But, again, thank you, Big Dog. Thank you, Aisha and Tony, for joining me. And we already have several likes, so good stuff. So that's a quick look at the calendar. And, another item. March Madness begins on March 16th. The first round, second round on the 18th. Sweet 16 is on the 23rd. And on the 25th, we have the Elite Eight. So not bad. Not bad at all. And, of course, March Madness concludes on April 3rd. Before that, as I mentioned, Major League Baseball opening day is on March 30th. And the NFL Summer Draft will be from March 20th. Oh, did I put it in the wrong? What a moron. I really did that one. The NFL Summer Draft, May 24th to the 26th. I put it in March. And I even marked May 24th to 26th. I'm going to have to correct that. So I don't even know if that's correct. But, hey, it is what it is. So that's a quick look at the upcoming calendar. In sports, well, I'm going to have to rely on the stuff that we're going to get to shortly. But as I mentioned, the NFL is starting this divisional play. There's 4 games, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. A quick little peek at them right now. Surprising what happened. I think I picked every game except for the last one. So really, really happy with that. But, just all for fun, I suppose. Let's take a look at the schedule. At 1:30 p.m. Pacific time, we are going to have on NBC, it is the 9-8 Jaguars versus the Chiefs, 14-3. At 5:15 p.m. Pacific time, we have the 9-7-1 Giants visiting the Eagles, Tony's team at 14-3. And then on Sunday at 12 p.m., we have on CBS Paramount, the Bengals 12-4 versus the 13-3 Bills. And then we have, unfortunately, which may be the marquee game, and it is disgusting. Actually, no, we're going to have 2 marquee games. Cincinnati and the Bills, and then the 12-5 Cowboys versus the 13-4 49ers at 3:30 p.m. And, ladies and gentlemen, I wish I had intro music for the man. I would probably sing Ode to Joy. Oh, I would never sing Ode to Joy, but I would gladly bring them up. Do you notice I'm giving you the North Korean salute? Good morning, Almighty. How you doing, young man? You are definitely looking younger than I am right now.
Hey, it's good to see you, Raj. How you? Well, I haven't. I guess I missed some things here. Now that I'm checking the chat room here, but I hope things are getting better for you at least.
I hope so for you as well. My significant other, she is now in her 3rd week of the home care facility or healthcare facility. I think you know this, Almighty, or don't, but she spent 32 days hospitalized, and then she moved to long-term because she has to continue her antibiotics for her infection, her blood infection, and her infection in her heart. Plus, she had several surgeries, so long-term recovery. She's got about another 3 weeks or so, and then hopefully she'll be on her way home. But look at that! Tony already, dude, you missed Tony on with us twice, dude.
Good morning, Tony. I watched some of the show last week, so I did see him, but I wasn't with him.
And I think he's traveling. He's going to the game this weekend. I don't know if he's available, but Tony, he is already part of the family. I mean, everyone and Aisha joined us, but there were computer errors. She had computer errors, so I was going to contact her throughout the week, but I wasn't feeling well, and I'm getting old, and blah 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 blah. Who the hell cares about an old man? So it is what it is. But how you doing, Almighty? I was about to call you Tony.
Okay.
But I didn't.
Been called worse, so that actually might be a compliment. But hey, like I said, good morning, Tony. Good morning, Alicia. How are things in Ireland and the British Isles? And
Ireland.
So that's
that's a great good morning from Almighty. He has to bring up Ireland.
That's the proper term.
I believe it is. And speaking of the man from Ireland himself, our resident Irishman, because he plays a shillelagh when you never think about it, of course it is the Big Dog. How are you, Big Dog?
Don't play the shillelagh, but I have one hell of a shamrock. Good morning.
And ladies and gentlemen,
what's up, Almighty? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Big Dog? It's been a while. We need to sometime chat about getting another Comics 101 going.
Yes, done!
So we need to discuss that sometime. If you feel like it, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, no.
We've tried. We also need to get a sports professional. We haven't done one of those in a few.
It's been
several weeks.
A few months.
Several, yeah.
It's been.
I'm not sure if you coughed or sneezed, but if you sneeze, bless you. If you cough, then never mind. You don't need to be blessed.
And thank you for that, no matter what. But either way, I'll take it. I did cough. It's cold.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So, well, wherever the hell you
What's up, Tony?
See, I'm going to realign this office. So it's really cool. Big Dog, just out of curiosity, the direction that you're facing, where are you facing? Are you facing Mexico? Are you facing downtown LA, San Bernardino, or Moreno Valley? What is your orientation?
I would be facing San Bernardino.
Oh, that's cool.
Actually, I'd be facing Moreno Valley because I'm actually south of San Bernardino.
So you're facing east. All right. And as I always say, I'm facing west towards downtown Los Angeles. So Big Dog is both figuratively and literally to my left and a little bit probably at the, I don't know, let's see, if that would be 270 degrees. He's probably about my 240. So go figure. Almighty, what is your orientation? Which direction are you facing?
I'm facing south.
Ooh.
So
the only man who has this problem.
Not Mexico, but probably the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I mean, I guess either way, it get me to Mexico if I need to go and drop off some packages and pick up some packages. But
there you go.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Yes,
really don't want to stop in Florida.
Of course, he goes to Mexico walking fine, but, after picking up the packages from Mexico, he's walking kind of funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
you lucky bastard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if that's luck.
And trying to get back is going to be a problem, too.
Why? Why?
Probably get shot down. I don't know.
Ha,
Or blown out of
ha.
the water. Coast Guard will pull
Yeah.
me over.
Mm-hmm.
No matter. Well, unless I get. Well, I don't know. Coming back in, I don't know if my whiteness will count for anything. I don't
Your
know.
whiteness. Wow.
You know what I mean.
I'm going to see this through, as a matter of fact.
You would.
Yeah, I would. Almighty, I missed you, man. And Big Dog, I miss you too as well. So, hey. And Tony. And Aisha. So, everyone. And yes, folks, my comments earlier are directed. And that's all I'm going to say. That's just, hey, you know what? It is what it is. So I apologize. There was a little bit of blink on the internet connectivity on my end. So if there was an interruption or a hiccup. Yes, Big Dog, I am having problems. So you want to go ahead and repeat that?
No, I'm just, because you said you were having internet problems. I said you're still having problems because you've had it for this is almost 3 weeks now. Should call it in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get much rain where you're at?
Both Big Dog and I'll let him answer on his end, but for me, oh yeah.
Did you put out any barrels to catch any water for future use?
Do you know that being who I am and what I know, it's not something that we do in Southern California. Big Dog may have done so because he's very resilient.
No, I'm just fat.
Lucky bastard.
Well, then he's like me, very rubbery. A Big Dog.
No,
So did you
I'm
get?
cuddly.
Okay, that too. Well, okay, I'll go with that one. That's better. Did you get a lot of rain where you? I don't know how far apart you guys are.
Big Dog, what are we? Are we 15 or 20 miles apart? Not even that, huh? Are we like
Not
10,
even that.
15
Probably
miles?
Probably about 12 miles.
Yeah. We actually, there is no direct link between, I mean, we do have freeway connections, but we have to do like a zigzag to get there. There is one road, a good big a strode, I guess. For those of you that are organizers and planners, you know what that is. There's a good 3-lane highway that we could take, but it's what, Big Dog, what, 25, 30 minutes just on that alone?
On the freeway or a highway?
On that road. I think it's Holt that turns into the one that goes right by your house.
No, that would be that Van Buren turns into
Mission.
Mission, and then from Mission it turns into, what is it, San Bernardino Road or
Mission actually connects with Valley, so yeah. Anyway, it's one of the longer roads in the entire Southern California region, but it changes names. But that's immaterial at this point. But it's Van Buren. Like Big Dog says, we're between 10 to 12 miles away, so we got a lot of rain. I don't know how it was for Big Dog.
But you guys are fine though. You're not. It looks like you're not flooded in your fancy office there. So
no.
Roger.
No.
Well, Roger.
Where I'm at, I'm on higher ground, so the water flows downhill. So now it's okay. Big Dog's on high ground too.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. I'm just wondering because I know that your area was not much needed rain, maybe too much at once, but still.
There were several underpasses to one of our major rail lines here that were flooded up until a few days ago, and there was a car still stuck in there, and they had to tow the car out because it was leaking oil and stuff, whatever. But
por pendejo,
yes, dude. How yeah, it was pendejo that he got caught in there, but no lives were lost, and there were lots of places where we had roads that were flooded. Thank goodness. I think the loss of life was minimal here in Southern California, but moving north on the 5 what we call the Grapevine to get over into the valley up north of us. There is some work on the freeway right now because there was a landslide. It took about 3 lanes of the freeway. So long term, that's going to be a little while, but we were lucky. Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't hear about that one. Oh.
Somewhere around Templin Highway, I believe. It's about 2 or 3 miles before Templin Highway. Yeah. You had a landslide. Like I said, no loss of life, thank goodness. So it's not a big deal. But I know someone who passes that. Solomon Walters, when he's doing his NASCAR reporting, he goes up and down the Grapevine every day, and he's a little PO'd because it's down to 1 lane going north. So he's really unhappy with that. Wow, Aisha, she now says, and that is 7. Aisha, head over to, okay, let me send it to her in Facebook that she is not, she's frozen out of that. So
you go to YouTube also, right?
We are on YouTube as well, and you can also head over to twitch.tv/NDB Media. So I'm going to put that one in the chat box as well. So I apologize, Aisha, that you're having difficulty with that. Twitch.tv/NDB Media. So, all right. You're probably going to get the rain in a few days if you didn't already, Almighty. Did you guys get water out there?
No.
It
I don't
is.
know.
Oh.
I'm just saying we got that snow a few weeks ago, but it's actually been pretty mild out here. So I mean, yeah, for us, it's this time of year, not. But I know there's stuff out in the west trying to come this way, but we don't want it. But it's only January, so we're not safe for about 2 months maybe. Who knows? You never know around here. But well, I'm just glad everybody, is safe right now. I mean, from what I can tell, Speedy's okay. He went to a wrestling match last night, as far as I can tell.
With his nephew.
Yeah, with his nephew. I saw that. So, I mean, it seemed like he was probably in good spirits. So,
folks, we were affected by it. There's no doubt, but we wrote it out. It wasn't anything like what happened just 50 to 60 miles north of us. And obviously, San Francisco, Sacramento. I believe the loss of life has already crossed about almost 70 people in 2 weeks just for the flooding. It is absolutely horrible. It's bad. A lot of people lost their homes, and hopefully we'll be, hopefully they'll be able to get through that quickly and be able to recover. So we were fortunate down here in the South Side, but on a technical thing, Southern California, I believe 30 counties in California have been declared disaster zones. So for tax purposes, we now have until May 15th to file our taxes. If you are in one of those,
really?
if you're in one of those 30 counties, you are exempt from the April 5th. Well, actually, this year it's on April 18th. That's the deadline for everyone except for those counties that are disaster areas. They have until May 15th. And all of Southern California, actually, I don't know if the Imperial Valley is a disaster area, but Riverside, San Bernardino, LA, Orange, San Diego, they're all disaster areas. So
why the 18th this year? Shouldn't it be the 17th?
Thank Washington, D.C. Patriots Day is on Sunday, April 16th in Washington, D.C. And because it's on a Sunday, the holiday carries over to Monday the 17th. That means Washington, D.C. is closed, as is the IRS. So it's moved to the 18th.
Patriots Day, they're not in the playoffs, Roger. So
hey, sure.
They're not going to win no Super Bowl this year. There's no Super Bowl for them this year. I know what you mean.
Definitely not.
So I don't know.
Wow, that was good. Hell of a moment of silence on that one.
But I don't know. I was waiting for Big Dawg to post the results from last week from the play.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I'll have them up.
Oh, by the way, Big Dog, Brandy says hello. So
Brandy. I don't know
my
any Brandy.
barkeep at Applebee's.
Oh, you're stocky.
Well, everyone at Applebee's, I've asked Brandy. I said, "Hey, Brandy." So when I arrive in the restaurant, they tell you that I'm here. What do they refer to me as? Your stalker, your annoying client? They're like, "Oh no, Roger." They know your name. They tell me Roger's here. I'm like, holy shit. So,
Well, of course she's a nice person. She's not gonna say, "Yeah, they call you a stalker."
oh,
Even if they do.
she's pretty cool. I mean, she's very funny, and that's why I do visit with her. And she's really cool. Didn't get to see her on Tuesday because she went up to Big Bear and she had a good time up there, which was really neat. And, good for her. But anyway, she did say hi when I saw her on Friday.
She was a snow bunny.
Yeah, she's definitely up there. So just very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, the Van Norman All-Stars will be in February down in National Rugby League Down Under. They really get going with the preseason challenge on or about February 8th. So rugby league is going to be starting up down there. I'm not going to go over PGA right now, but in Camping World, they really season's not yet going to start. I mentioned Formula One is in Bahrain in February, and NASCAR. This is the one that I wanted to get to, folks, and I do apologize for that. NASCAR, as I mentioned in February, has the Busch Light Clash at the Coliseum. That's on Sunday, February 5th at 8 p.m. Pacific time. And then we have on Sunday, February 19th. So that's opening day for NASCAR, the Daytona 500. So good stuff. I just wanted to clarify that, folks, and I do apologize.
So you going to the Coliseum?
You know, Big Dog, I'm really thinking about it this year because even though it will be one of my busiest weekends, I'm usually closed by that time. It's 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Realistically, no, because I'm having a lot of difficulty walking. So I don't think I'm going to be able to go to that. I'm going to have to find out what's going on. What?
Put your skates on.
Okay. I'll have to look for the skates that I don't have. That's all right. So Aisha wants to know, so peeps, what do you think about the Bengals news? Not a good situation to be in, is it? And ladies and gentlemen, if we may head over to our Ohio resident expert. What's going on there, buddy, with the Cincinnati? I think they're missing, what, 1, 2, 3 guys now?
Three offensive linemen.
Wow.
So, and that doesn't bode well. So, and it all depends. I mean, if they can't get Mixon going, I mean it. I don't see for the Bungles to be jumping out like they were going to, but when the last game they tried to play, when the Bengals seemed like they were just going to take command of that game before that, before Hamlin got hurt, and that was unfortunate. But so, like I said, 3 of them are gone. So we'll see if the second stringers can pull through.
Well, they're playing. Are they playing Kansas City?
Who? They're playing the Bills.
The Bills. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I meant about the rematch. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, when the Bengals seemed like they were gonna. Before that happened,
Scorekeeper doesn't really listen to us. He just zones out when we talk.
Kansas City is playing the mighty Jaguars.
Nice try, Big Dog. I do listen to you, but that's
playing
right.
the mighty Jaguars.
Yes. You after so many times over the years, I planned that shit perfectly too. Wait till you eat the muffin, then ask you a question.
I don't think we said hi to Alicia enough here, but how you doing?
It is correct, Aisha. That's why I had lost track. I was being sarcastic when I said, "What are they down? 1, 2, 3." I knew they were down 2, and thank you to Almighty that they're now down 3. Their whole front line is gone, but fortunately,
it had nothing to do with them losing those linemen.
No, you did not.
You said thanks to Almighty. I didn't do it.
You enlightened us.
Oh, yeah. I guess I could have driven down to Cincinnati and took some kneecaps out. The the Kerrigan, the skater with what's her name, whatever. That was Becky.
Oh, Nancy Kerrigan and
yeah. She got some kneecaps with some baseball bats, whatever the hell they used, or helmets.
Tanya Harding. There we go. I couldn't
Yeah,
think of her
Tanya
name.
Harding, and yeah, who can forget Tanya? Well, I guess a lot of people can forget Tanya Harding. So,
did you
go
see
ahead.
that movie that Margot Robbie played her? It was actually very well done.
I did not see that
I was
movie.
pleasantly surprised.
No,
name of the
but
movie?
I did catch her porn
That's
back in the day. Not Margot's, but when it was all the rage back then, and everybody was trying to make a big deal out of it. But that was neither here nor there. That was back a long time ago too. It actually popped up on my screen is what happened. I was some kind of virus, and this thing popped up with Tanya, and luckily I got rid of it before it could burn my eyeballs. So that's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it.
The movie was called I, Tanya.
When did that come out?
2017.
That's right. It's been a little while. I was going to say 3
Yeah.
years.
It was actually very well
But
done.
6.
Like I said, I was really surprised by it.
Is that a Hulu movie or Peacock?
No, it was at the movies. It
was a release.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, back when people actually went to the theater?
Yep. When people went on a regular basis.
Yeah, it might be streaming somewhere by now. But anyway, no, I did not see that.
Someone noticed. I went and let's see, I can get the reflection off. There we go. So this is Jasmine. Damn it, I hate the reflection. Maybe like that. So this is Jasmine. It's from a comic called Power Hour, and it's about a female scientist who finds a experiment, and she takes it, and it gives her superpowers for 1 hour. And every time she takes it, it's a different superpower. And I was able to purchase the original to this cover. So that's the original artwork to that cover that I just showed you from the artist.
Thank you, Big Dog. Good stuff. Aisha, there you go. Thank you for noticing that. Folks, it looks like a lot of other people noticed when we stick with some of the big stocks. With some of the football stuff. Football, Big Dog, I guess I think one of the same. Tony Dungy will be on air Saturday, despite what many are calling a controversial tweet. Very simply, as reported on Sports Illustrated, he will be doing the playoff coverage. Now, Dungy came under fire this week, which I did not see or hear, thank goodness, for posting a controversial tweet from his personal account that promoted anti-transgender rhetoric. It claimed that school districts across the country were putting litter boxes in school bathrooms for students who identify as cats. Okay. I do agree with the article. The myth has been widely debunked, including by NBC News and PolitiFact. But the tweet came in response to a video from the Daily Wire showing Minnesota State Representative Sandra Feast advocating that menstrual products be placed in boys' school bathrooms across the state. So, folks, take it for what you will. It is what it is. It may have been an attempt at a humorous or sarcastic response. I don't know, but it is a hot topic, for lack of a better word. I'm not talking about the store or the chain or the brand, but Dungy did delete the tweet, and he will be on air. So it's one thing to post something that is stupid, full of hate. Ignorance has apparently no bounds, and I'm not saying that Tony Dungy did, but this is one of the few times that someone does post something in response to someone else. And the response is what became the real topic, because the Minnesota State representative, it's stupid. No one really gave it the time of day until Mr. Dungy responded to it. So I don't know if you gentlemen heard about this during the week. I don't know if it was even of any importance to me. It looks like NBC has no comment. Apparently, it's because it was on his personal account as opposed to his professional. I don't know.
When does that matter?
Yeah, when does that matter?
I mean, how many people? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I don't know what. So, what about the litter boxes? Now, I don't know. I know they say it's a myth, but I have it on authority that in the school system here, they that did happen, because I just know that it was a thing. So I read it was a myth, but then I got whatever. I heard that.
You got confirmation from your inside source.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
not your.
Well,
inside
actually,
source,
what happened was
his
my
inside
cat
source.
got loose in the school. I had and the cat had to scratch her way into the litter box in the restroom. But other than that, but I thought, I mean, because I was trying to figure it out too, because there was really no confirmation. But then, and if you knew this area, it would really surprise you that this would actually happen, because this is not. I do not live in the most liberal place.
You are in a conservative place. Big
I
Dawg.
am in a very conservative place, so that's why it
Yes.
surprised me. And not just, I mean, just the city, the small town that I live in itself. I mean, there's all I can tell you. Like I think I told you before, Roger. I mean, when you go to vote for the locals, there are no Democrats on the ballot. They're all Republicans.
Yeah, there are
So-
some places that are that way, dude.
So that's how this is, and so I don't know what they do with the Democrat bodies around here. Probably Amish probably bury them in the field somewhere. So
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yes.
but anyway, that's all I know is that I know a mother that has her kids go to school and was confirmed, and it's like, are you? But anyway, I just. Like I said, I was surprised that it happened here, but not to keep going over it. But like I said, like you, I don't know. I saw this, I saw this, and then I tried to go with that. Then I got bitch slapped about it. So I said, okay, if that's okay, to each his own, I guess. I don't know. I don't go to school, so I don't really worry about it. So anyway, I'm just surprised. I'm just, like I said, I'm just surprised about that happening and where I live. I'm sorry, Big Dog. What was that?
I said, oh, wait a minute. Scorekeeper, you're on mute.
Yeah, I actually got that. Thank you. Go ahead, Big Dog.
I was just saying that this is my personal opinion. Has nothing to do with NDB Media, Sports Talk with the Guys, or Jedi.tac. I just want to make that clear. I think this is still totally idiotic. To cater to someone who wants to say that they're a cat or a dog or a strawberry is an idiotic theory, period. I understand the whole thing. You want to identify if you're male, you want to identify as female, or vice versa. That I understand. But to take it to the next level and say, oh, I'm a cat, and you have to treat me as such. No, the fuck I don't. Grow up. That's all I have to say. Otherwise, I'm going to go on a big old rant, and I'm not going to do that.
I don't know what I'm going to try to. I don't know if Alicia got a hold of it yet, but there are students that think that they dress up in what they call furries, and they can be cats or anything, and they want litter boxes in the restrooms for them to use. So it does happen. I'm just wondering who has to change these litter boxes.
Yeah,
That has to be the. I mean, as the kid, is the student responsible for their own business, or does the janitor actually have to, or the custodian, or the bathroom technician, whatever you want to call them these days, have to deal with these thingies to change? You know what I mean? Scoop them out. But I don't know. I don't really want to think about it. I
with
just
the disposal of the
disposal.
of
But
the
I'm
evidence?
just, but I know it's I'm sure, I don't know. Maybe things are different over in Europe than they are here in the U.S. But that's what we're. I hope that it kind of answers your question, Alicia.
Oh,
It's just the United States of America, folks. It
on a
is what it
tangent.
does.
Scorekeeper, I didn't get on with jury duty. I was so disappointed.
I'm sorry, Big Dog. I feel for
Yeah,
you.
I didn't even get a chance to talk. There were 70 of us potential jurors, and I was number 49.
Yeah.
And they only spoke to the first 24 before we took our first break. So we take the break, and which was 25 minutes, and then they called us back 10 minutes after that.
Yeah.
So when they call us in, and the judge says, "Oh, we have good news," and he says, "Okay," he's all, "Juror 3, 7, 9, 13, please stand up." They all four of those stood up, and he's all, "You're all excused." So we're like, "Oh, okay." We're on the other side, and then he's like, "Okay, number 24, sit where number 3 was," and so on and so forth. So they filled all 4, and then they called 3 more, and those were alternates numbers 1, 2, and 3. And then they were all sitting there, and the judge asked, he's all, "Prosecution and defense, are you happy with these 12 people and these 3 alternates?" And they said, "Yes, Your Honor, we both are." Or, each one said yes. And then he said, the judge looks at all of us and says, "Okay, everyone else is excused." I'm like, man, I didn't even get a chance to talk.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That was quick. I was genuinely surprised that they had you guys leave while they were still discussing, because they're trying to seat the jury. But again, I don't pretend to know the procedures.
Well, no. We went on break because it was time, And then when we came back from break, that's when after they seated, I guess there were 12 that they wanted, because he said, "Let's take a break and the lawyers and myself are going to talk." So we all, of course, had to leave the courtroom. So we all went outside and, whatever. And then when we all came back in and sat down, that's when he, did the whole number, you 4 can go. Okay, you 4 sit where these 4 used to be. Here's 3 more alternates. Are you guys happy? Are you lawyers happy? Yes, we are. Okay, everyone else, you guys can leave. I'm like, man, I wanted this case.
Yeah, look, Big Dog, I get that. That's a little strange, because I've been on quite a few juries, and when they're choosing juries, they don't have the jury leave. But again, I don't pretend to know the procedures. It's probably not out of the ordinary. I just have never seen that happen. I've gone through the peremptory challenges, and it's kind of cool. But it's when the jury is, when they're trying to seat them. I've never seen them say, "We're going to go out and talk about it," which is, it's kind of different. It's kind of cool. It's kind of neat. Because if there is a violation somewhere, they'll appeal it, and then they'll have to go back and do this years down the road. So
what was interesting is I was able to, I already knew the 4 that they picked. I already figured, because just by the way they were answering their questions. I was like, okay, they're not going to go on. They're definitely not going to be on this jury. The one gentleman I was iffy about, the guy was actually a DNA specialist. He was a doctor. He had already written a book on DNA, and he was a potential juror. And the prosecution lawyer was asking him if one of our experts or one of the other experts comes on and disagrees with something that would you be able to put your personal opinions aside? And his answer was, "Well, if I know it's wrong scientifically, then no, I won't be able to, because I know for a fact that it's wrong." So I was just like, What's
and
up,
the
Dreem? What's
defense,
up,
Big Dog,
Buffett?
forgive me, the defense accepted
Good morning.
This was before we went on break, so.
And did he get kicked off?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, I figured. because the defense never wants back. But good. Sorry to interrupt on that. Good morning, Big Dog.
No, good morning, Stud Muffin.
Yeah, whatever, whoever.
Good morning, guys.
I found this for Big Dog.
Good morning. I am driving today.
You're driving. Who you
Uh-oh.
driving?
So I'm going to be listening. And I'm actually going to put myself on mute for a minute.
Every single year since I was 18 years old. To get to go sit in an air-conditioned room downtown, judging people while my lunch is paid for, that is the life.
Okay. Yes, Aisha, it is not just you. I don't know if Almighty has picked up on it, but yes, there is stop motion today. It's Big Dog begins to speak, and then the video happens about 2 or 3 seconds after. So
I noticed it on the Big Dog.
yes,
I don't know how I mean, I look fine, but then
no, I don't know if you look fine.
I'm kind of conceited that way. But
So I'm like
Anyway.
a Godzilla movie.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Perfect. We
Yep.
hear you first, and then about a second later, then we see it. So it's kind of like the old dubbed over movies, which are good. But Dreem, thank you for joining us. It's been a while, buddy. As you see, Aisha's already greeting you this early in the morning. So thank you. And folks, just to let you know, in about 5 minutes, we're going to get to the NFL playoff picks. So we're just enjoying the morning. And Tony is wishing you good morning, Dreem. I'm glad you're doing better, Dreem. I'm sorry. I've been insular myself because I've not been well, and I did not know that you came down with something, buddy.
Yeah,
I guess you're doing
man.
better now.
I got hit with the Rona, man. It was not cool.
Damn, dude.
It was the crappy thing was all the family was in town from California. Like all the family, all the dang family. And I did not want to infect everybody, so I was stuck. I had to go get myself a motel room. And
Oh, wow.
I was stuck in a motel room for like freaking close to 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks. It was like 10 days or so. And it was not pleasant.
Dreem, I'm sorry, but it was the Big Dog that let me know that you came down with Rona because I didn't know. Like I said, I hadn't been on Facebook all that much, and I haven't been feeling well. As a matter of fact, I had to take, I think I've had 15 coronavirus tests in the last 30 days because I have an infection. But because I'm going to visit my significant other, I have to be tested regularly, and they're stunned because I'm not well, and right now I'm okay because I'm on a lot of drugs, but I am not well, so I've had to take these tests, and the nurse or the attendant's always like, "You're negative. You may go in." And I'm like, all right, let it go. So it's just kind of funny. And good morning, Jay.
Hey, that's about the only time some girl's gonna tell you to you can go in.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
see, that's the problem. I guess they told him that one time. That's why he has an infection, and he has to take penicillin.
Old penicillin Penny over there.
Nice try, boys. I appreciate that. I actually understand the innuendo, but it's okay.
Also, she's kinky too. Okay.
And also, good morning to everybody that said good morning to me. Thank you for the greetings. I miss y'all. I miss hearing your chats and funny stories and jokes. And same to Big Dog and Almighty and Scorekeeper. I miss y'all. I try to get on when I can.
Somewhere, or are you driving Uber and Lyft?
What was that?
No, he's going to work, aren't you?
Are you driving to somewhere, or?
I just stopped to get gas. I'm taking a couple minutes before I hit the road. I'm going to go get supplies out in Baton Rouge, so that's about a 30-minute drive-ish.
I've been on those trips with Dreem before, at least twice, right, buddy?
Yeah. Man,
Yeah,
you've been on the I've been on the show walking to work, so I mean it's
Oh
nothing
yeah,
new.
years back. Yes, that is funny. Yeah, Dreem has done that often, but I mean, I've accompanied Dreem on his trips to go and purchase supplies
Yep.
for his establishment in the last year and a half, which is kind of cool. Folks, we are about 2 minutes away from that. Now, Jay says, glad you're feeling better, Dreem. And of
Yep.
course, Tony said hi. Aisha did. And of course, everyone else. So, Dreem, thank you for staying on with us right now. And you can jump in with your picks when we get to them. Once again, shout out to the big dog, as I did early this morning. That, folks, it takes a lot of work to keep track of the entire NFL season, the games, everyone's picks. And both Big Dog and to a lesser extent Almighty, they just took over and made it their own. And on behalf of everyone, I thank you, Big Dog, and I thank you, Almighty. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate that you guys. It's not even an issue of picking up the slack. You guys just realized that it needed to be done, and you just did it.
Yeah.
And I eternally thank you for that.
Now, I just want to say I kind of stopped making picks after the Hamlin issue. After the Hamlin hit, I mean, my heart just broke along with his. It was not cool. Pardon the pun, but you know, it's just insane the amount of stuff that can happen on the field. In a matter of seconds, people's lives are changing. The dynamic of the season can change in just seconds. You know, much like when Tom Brady's contract expires with Satan and he forgot to renew it.
Yes. Thank you, Dreem. I love it. I miss you, dude. Hopefully, you're going to be able to join us more often. I appreciate that
on a
wit.
serious note, he must have missed a payment. I mean, there was some kind of
Yeah.
it's like he went on to do a timeout. They got the what was it? The turnover or the onside kick? The onside kick. And then Satan like pulled it back, like, just kidding. You defaulted on your payments. You broke the terms of the contract when you got divorced. I don't know what it was, but it was just funny, man. Like, I was so mad too because I had an underdog bet for Tom Brady, and literally they just had to win the game. Everything else hit. But they just had to win the game. And it was a sucker bet, I know, but it would have paid out nice. But he had to throw for like 240 yards, which he threw for 250 something. He had to make 2 touchdown passes, and he got that. And there was like one other thing that he had to do. Or it was like 40 plus attempts. 40 plus passing attempts, which he did like 50.
Yeah,
and then
that was an easy one.
Yeah, and then they had to win the game. And
that's where you got stuck.
That's where I got stuck. Yeah, big time. I was like, all right, maybe the second half. I don't know. No, nothing. No go.
And folks, I do want to say this. I have to make it clear again. Dreem talks to everyone. Well, not everyone. Oh, sorry, that's me. Dreem talks to everyone when he's going over his bets. He's an avid aficionado of such, and
It's called an addict.
I don't know if it's an addict. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but I think it's really cool. And he talks to the big dog on a regular basis. He may talk to Almighty on a regular basis about his bets. I don't know. Dreem talked to me.
No.
Okay.
Last thing you want to do is talk to me about any kind of bets.
Oh, so Almighty and I are in the same boat because Dreem called me one time and it was an important bet, and he asked for I think it was a baseball bet and stuff, and we went over a lot of stuff and I gave him my opinion. Dreem and I have not talked about gambling since, but he talks to the big dog on a regular basis about the gambling. So folks, take that as it is.
No, when it comes to football and basketball and baseball, you guys know your business, and I appreciate all your
input. Do you?
He was cut, Jay.
To an
He was
extent.
cut.
But what I mean is Big Dog has more of the taste for gambling.
Yeah.
And he knows
Yeah, 'cause
odds.
Yeah,
And
he'll tell me, and I'll be like, that sounds good, but, and then he'll think about it, and he listens. I'll give him that.
Well, point
Morning,
is,
Speedy.
Dreem doesn't ask me for bets anymore. That's what I wanted to make clear. Good morning, Speedy.
Hey,
Good
morning,
guys. Good morning. So we have, actually, folks, this is the group.
Yeah, they signed a new kicker.
Wow. It has been a long time. So this is fun. This is good, folks.
Oh, sorry, I was backing up.
I want
Yeah.
to give
I was going to say that. I'm like, who's backing up?
Yeah.
My car was screaming at me because I didn't turn off the parking brake all the way.
There you
Oh,
go.
I just pulled out the gas station.
Okay, folks. I have to make very clear. That is the difference between Dreem and the rest of us. His car talks to him. Ours doesn't.
Well,
Ours
no,
just,
because
the little lights go on.
I use the features on the car as they're meant to be. That's why. If there's a light that comes on, that's not a good thing. You should always address the issue before there's a light.
It's a 2021 or 2022, right?
No, not even. I haven't made the this is the first car that I've driven that's within 10 years of the date of
stop it. Stop it. You're funny. You're funny. It's all good though. But all kidding aside, folks, we are here and it looks like it. Well, go ahead, Big Dog.
I say you have to listen to what he's saying though. He says driven. He's not talking about those 12 Lambos that he's got in the garage that he doesn't
right.
Okay, once again.
Oh, I was gonna say no, I haven't been that lucky, but I just got pretty lucky at the casino. If you guys are interested, I was playing a game called High Card Flush, and I had a decent run on roulette. I started out with 200, doubled up, and I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna go take a break, walk around a little bit, and I was gonna go back up to my room, and I was like, no, I'm gonna play this new game over here. So I played this game, and there's I play minimum bets because I ain't a high roller, but long story short, I had two $5 bonus bets on my hand because that was the minimum you could play, and I was like, all right, fine, whatever. $15 bet, the $5 minimums on the bonus, and the dealer dealt me two messed up hands, and I was like, all right, I couldn't even play them, so I threw those away. And then she was like, all right, I'm going on break. Your other dealer's coming in, whatever. So the next dealer comes in, and I, tell her, I was like, you know what, this dealer sucked. You got to give me something good. I'll take a 7-card straight flush. That pays like 300,000 to 1, whatever. You know what I mean? So I was like, I'll take a 7-card straight flush. She's like, don't worry, I got you. Ha ha ha. Whatever. She dealt me a 6-card straight flush.
Holy shit.
Which is like, that's like drafting freaking Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Wilt Chamberlain, all on the same draft, and then you got like Tony Kukoc, but it's okay because it doesn't matter.
That's funny.
You must have been going crazy hoping that 7th card was your 7-card straight flush.
Oh my God! So the small bet paid 100 to 1. So the small bet paid 500.
Yeah.
And the big bonus paid 1,000 to 1.
Nice chunk of change.
It was a pretty nice win. Oh shoot! Yeah, I was.
And then after that, he went and got a massage.
No. I went back up to the room, and I was like, my wife was like, "Did you lose it all?" And I was like, "Yeah, but can you hold this for me?" And I gave her the stack, and it was pretty funny. We had a great
Good for you,
time,
man. Good for you.
huh?
Good for you,
Good for
buddy.
you. Good for
Yeah,
you.
it was fun, man. That kind of stuff never happens to me. Like it was just insane how that happened. No high roller room, unfortunately. man.
Actually, but he will probably be offered some comps next time he goes back.
Oh yeah, no, we get comps.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just
Yeah.
we never use them because it's like we can't go to the casino every other week, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, every once in a while the stars align, and we can take advantage of it. You know, just to get away, really get a couple days off, you know, in a row. So we'll take advantage of it, go to the casino, hang out, and not even play a lot. Like we have like, you know, a very small limit of what we'll play. You know, just to keep the rooms coming, you know.
See, you're smart. You and your wife are smart by doing that. Where you go in with the plan of, I'm only gonna bet X amount of money, but you stick to the plan. I mean, tons of people
Yeah.
have that plan but don't stick to it. You
Yeah.
stick to it, so
No,
that's what
you
makes
have
it work for you.
you only gamble what you can afford to lose, and you got to know when to walk away. You know, you have to have like a percentage in mind. Like I was ready to walk
Yep.
away when I doubled up,
Mhm.
you know, but I was like, but it was a little more than double. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to play a little bit. I'll play a few hands, but I'm going to stop before I go underneath the double. You know, like you have a stop loss, like in stocks, you know.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
You demand.
Dream, did we lose you?
He muted himself.
Oh, okay. Well,
He
there it
probably
is,
has to
ladies and
fart or
gentlemen.
something.
Okay, I have to get one quick link from what the big dog set up for all the games. I'm going to copy that over and bring it on back, and
Yeah,
we're going to
all
go.
4 games. So many.
You know, damn it, it takes a lot of work. People don't realize that. But we're going to get to it right now, ladies and gentlemen, and really exciting stuff. So today is the 21st.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Aisha. You gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them.
That's good. That is.
Hey, all right, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good, man. All right, it's good. I think I
So
have.
it doesn't smell.
Say what?
You hear me? Dream.
Yo.
I said, did you roll the windows down so it wouldn't smell?
Oh.
No, I had a phone call I had to take. It was about business.
All right, that's fair.
But yeah, we you always set your stop losses. You always set when you're gonna stop, when you're gonna stop. Whether it's in the negative or the positive, whatever it is, you have to know before you start. I was gonna tell Scorekeeper, like I had a stock that I was holding, and it had the potential to go much higher, but I doubled up on it. You know, it's 100% profit, so I had to sell. I was like, I'm not going to sit on it for, you know, what more am I asking for?
Yes.
You know, you can't get greedy.
Well, you have to have a plan, and your plan was when it doubles, you sell, right?
My plan was at 50%.
Oh, okay.
And when I woke up, I was double.
That's
So,
funny.
you know what I mean? Because stocks move, you know, middle of the night or like 4 or 5 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't wake up till like 7. You know, by the time I woke up, I was at 100. I was like, yeah, I'm good. So it went up like a little bit more, and then it retraced back to below where I sold it from. So I'm okay. You know, like I'm it pulled back healthily. You know, am I going to buy back in at a higher price? No, because that's chasing. And what's going to happen is it's going to go down even further. This is not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. But when it comes to gambling, I'm an addict.
I wouldn't call you an addict.
Oh man, If
That
you
is still
only
funny,
saw
buddy.
my YouTube history and my Facebook reels that I watch, you would know I'm an addict. I
Oh.
have to gamble vicariously through all these streamers.
Oh, wow. That's even better. All right. Hey, did we lose Speedy?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Hopefully he'll be able to join us in just a moment. Aisha comments, so Dreem is a gambling man. Kenny Rogers must have been watching. And, of course, Jay did say, Kenny Rogers, sing it, sing it. Oh, man. All right.
Well, you got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him.
Yes.
Yep.
That's really good stuff.
We ain't singing today. I'm sorry.
No, we are definitely not. But
That
folks,
is correct, Jay.
Yeah. We are definitely going to get to it right now, folks. We're going to get to the games, so we ask you to bear with us. And yes, thank you, Almighty, for answering that one. Hopefully,
And Jay, I need to make a correction. They did not cut the kicker, but they did sign another kicker for competition. If worse comes to worse, Team White Hilton says he can kick an extra point. So anyway, I misread the headline. So they still have the old kicker, but they just signed a new one for competition.
Are we talking about Dallas?
Yes.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jerry Jones went downstairs and put on a fucking helmet.
He probably did.
He was like, forget this. Then they said Dak Prescott was like, forget this. We're just going to go for 2 every time.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
But I'm sorry about that, Jay. I was wrong on that. So.
No, hey, it's all good, folks. All right. Sorry for cramming it in, but folks, we're going to get going. We have our first game already scheduled. Jacksonville 9-8 visiting the Kansas City Chiefs 14-3. It's at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time on NBC. It is later on today. It's at Geha Field at Arrowhead Stadium. You know the numbers. The Chiefs are pretty damn good. You can see them on screen right there. The Chiefs are first in offense. Jaguars are 9th. And a Dreem. I'm getting a lot of background noise. All right, but jump in when we have your picks, buddy, and whenever you want to comment. It's just we are getting a lot of background noise. In team defense, the Chiefs are 12th. Jaguars are 24th. In team passing, the Chiefs are 1st. Jaguars 10th. And in rushing, the Jaguars are 14th, and the Chiefs are 20th. Folks, we all saw what happened in the wild card last week. Incredible. In the NFL, we've had 3 major blowouts this year. And actually, that's incorrect. Come from behind games. Incredible. Within the last 3 weeks, we've seen some disasters. But the San Diego Chargers blew a 26-point lead and ended up losing 31-30. Unbelievable. But that's neither here nor there. Last time these two teams played was about 2 months ago on November 12th, 2022. At home, the Chiefs beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 27-17. Big Dog or Almighty, do you have any injuries for this one?
No.
Thank you. Big Dog, the line is 9 for the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. Does that still stand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Big Dog, what's it going to be? What are you going to go with?
Oh, the Chiefs. The Cinderella team that is the Jacksonville Jaguars that everybody loves right now are finally going to come back to reality. The Chiefs are going to take them, and I think it's going to be kind of easy.
Almighty, what's it going to be?
I will be taking Chiefs.
I thought
I thought about it. I thought about the upset special, but not when Holmes is not when he's going to be throwing things behind his back and
God,
and through his and bouncing off his balls and everything else that he can think of.
That was incredible.
It was. Yeah, it was definitely incredible. So, Almighty, you are going to take the Chiefs?
Yes.
Okay. Speedy, thank you for returning. What's it going to be, buddy? What are you going to take?
Sorry.
Yawning is contagious on the show. Yawning is contagious on the show.
Yes, it is. What's it going to be, buddy? What are you going to take? Jaguars or the Chiefs?
Yeah, the Jag upset me on Sunday because I thought they were going to win it, but I mean, it still might. You never know. Yeah, I'm going to go with the Jags, even though I should go with the Chiefs.
You're going to go with the Jags? Okay, Speedy. You are Speedy. There's no doubt. Okay, Dreem. What are you going to go for?
I'm going to go with the Chiefs. And on top of that, I'm going to say Mahomes throws at least 3 touchdown passes.
You're going to go for over 300 yards?
Yeah. I think he could easily hit 300 yards.
All right. The engineer is going to take the Chiefs as well. Okay. Aish, well, we had some picks already. Both Big Dog, thank you, and for everyone else. I'm going to have to contact Double D. I didn't send her a contact yet. But so far, we have Coffee, Roz, Scorekeeper, and Aisha also going for the Chiefs. So I believe we have everyone already. Oh, and Tony, 34-23 for the Chiefs. So if we recap, folks, it's for the Jaguars, it's Speedy. And for the Chiefs, it's there he is. Sorry. Coffee, Roz, Scorekeeper, Aisha, Big Dog, Tony, 34-23, Almighty, Dreem, who says Mahomes will score 3+ touchdowns, over 3 touchdowns, and Engineer are all going for the Chiefs. So I believe we have everyone in on that one for the first game. So the first game is in. All right. So maybe Chargers need to go back to San Diego. I think they definitely need to go back to San Diego. But that's neither here nor there.
That's a good one, Jay.
Hasn't that stadium been torn down already?
Oh, yeah. It's gone.
So they have to play in the high school stadium. Well, I guess that'd be plenty of seats for them.
Yes, Big Dog. Yes.
Can you put me in the center screen? I have a memory that just popped up on Facebook. 11 years ago today.
Go. Oh, you stupid son of... 11 years ago today, when headquarters was in Southgate, the Big Dog took a picture of Yoda and R2-D2 in a Le Mans class.
Let's see. Where did I caption it? I captioned that Star Wars fornication.
Wow. Jay says that he told his dad last week the Chargers might lose after this halftime. Wow. You were a prognosticator there, young man. That's good stuff. Okay. So we're going to get back to it, folks. Yeah. All right. We're going to get to the second game. Do any of my co-hosts want to handle the second game? And if not, okay, go for it, young man.
I think I can. There it is. Okay, I got it. All right, let's go at it. So here we go. It's the New York Giants at Philadelphia Eagles at 8:15 on Fox. The Philadelphia Eagles have this lousy record of 14-3. The New York Giants have an awesome record, 9-7-1. Incredible stuff here, my friends. And they're playing at Lincoln Financial Field. On offense, the Giants are 18th. The Eagles are 2nd. On defense, what the fuck's going on here? Okay. No, I didn't share it. Anyway, take my word for it. I'm good for it, kind of, almost, in a way. You want to see the screen? I'll put it up real fast. I thought that I knew what I was doing, but I did not. All right. I'll put it up there for you. Here we go. Sorry about that. So where was I? Oh, the Giants had this spectacular defense at 25th. The Eagles are 3rd on defense. On passing, the Giants are 26th. The Eagles are 9th. Rushing, The Giants, though, are fourth, blah, 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 and the Eagles are fifth. The last time these two teams met was back in January, and the Eagles won 22-16. The New York Giants have not won in Philadelphia since 2013. And if I can, let's see if I can find some injuries. Nope, there's no. I can't.
And the Cowboys had never lost to Tom Brady, but you know.
I am just Big Dog. I'm just
Huh?
The facts is what I know what you're saying. I'm gonna have to anyway. That's cool. I'm all right. Kinda. Let's see. So not really. No one's out for this thing. I don't think. But anyway, there you have it. I'm just letting you know. So I guess if you think that the Giants are due in Philadelphia, don't tell Tony. But I'm just, you know.
All right. Well, we do have our first pick. As a matter of fact, Tony, his team is going to win 34-23. He's already calling it. He's going to be there. So, Tony, we're looking forward to some pictures on your Facebook page today. And if you even do a live stream, that would be cool. Just maybe at halftime or whatever.
Real quick here, Philadelphia has the quarterback back. The starter is back. So he is no longer injured. He is playing. So
all right.
Don't know. So.
Jay.
Eagles better have my money. That's funny. Now, of course, Aisha did say Yoda and R2-D2. And just would the results be Yordi D2? Salt Shaker, I am not. Excellent job, Aisha. Excellent job, man. All right. I went a big dog. I said, so, Almighty, I'm going to you on this one. Who's your pick for this game?
Well, the Giants came through for me last week, but I'm taking the Eagles.
All right. Speedy, what's it going to be?
I'm going to take the Eagles. I think the Eagles can do it.
Okay. Big Dog, please.
This of the 4 games, this is the one that's ripest for an upset, but I think the Eagles are going to pull through.
Well done, Big Dog, on the fake. Reminds me of a playoff game that I kept getting faked out by the quarterback, but that's neither here nor there.
But you need to remember that Daniel Jones had a spectacular game last week, and somehow all of a sudden he learned how to play football and run up and down the field. So I don't know. I still think the Eagles should be able to contain Mr. Jones.
There's a question by Tony, and we can bring Dreem. I don't know who he's going to go for, the Giants or the Eagles.
I will say this. I think the Giants have been able to get through on their rushing. But the Eagles defense is just too good. I don't think they're going to be able to pull it out their ass. So I'm going to have to go with the Eagles on this one. And what did Tony say on the score?
He said 34-23 Eagles.
It's probably like 324-23.
Tony had a question. The starting quarterback's back for the Eagles.
Actually, okay, because he mentioned cornerback Avante Maddox. Is he back?
Oh, let me check real quick, my friend.
Yeah.
I was just
Dreem, you can stay on with us. The ambient noise was not that bad this time around. If it does get bad, we'll just tell you to mute.
He's out as well. I'm sorry I missed
Okay,
him.
Yeah. I think he thought you said cornerback. That's why he mentioned that. So
well, he's still out, but I can't think of his name now. But the starter is back this week. So
okay.
Yeah, Almighty thought everybody said quarterback. We were like, no, not the QB.
Yeah, Tony says our quarterback was back 2 weeks ago. Yeah, he thought he said cornerback, but that's all right.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Oh,
I
okay,
haven't been,
Dreem.
well, I haven't been here for 2 weeks, so I'm behind.
2 weeks. 2 weeks? 2 weeks.
It doesn't matter. The Eagles are going to win. Jeez.
No. You said you haven't been here for 2 weeks.
Well,
A little bit more than that, brother.
Okay,
That's
3.
all right.
3 or 4.
Folks, I think we have everyone then in recap. Did you say something, Big Dog?
No.
Okay, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not say Eagles are favorites 7.5, but as of right now, Coffee, Roz, Scorekeeper, Aisha, Tony, 3423, Almighty, Engineer, Speedy, Big Dog, Dreem are all going for the Eagles. No one is going for the Giants on this one. So, wow. All right.
Not even Speedy?
No.
Nope.
He was going to the Jaguars, but not on this
I'm
one.
just kidding. He usually likes to be the lone wolf on some of these games.
Yeah, and he got one in the last few weeks. He got a big one as lone wolf. I forget which one it was. But all right, folks, we're going to go and take care of the next game. Dreem did send me a message saying, thank you, Big Dog, that he's breaking up, about to lose us. So we'll see if Dreem can stay on with us. Big Dog, please, the first Sunday game, take it.
Will be the Cincinnati Bengals, 12-4, taking on the Buffalo Bills, 13-3. Game will be at 12 o'clock Pacific time on CBS. Of course, they'll be playing at Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. And in the comparables, the Bills are 4th in offense, the Bengals 15th. The Bills are 1st in defense, Bengals 7th. Passing, the Bills are 8th, the Bengals 7th. And in rushing, the Bills are 9th, and the Bengals are 29th. In their last meeting, which was just a couple of weeks ago, January 2nd, it was the Buffalo Bills. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. This game was suspended. This was the game, the Hamlin game. So this game, at the time, it was 5 and change left in the first quarter. The Bengals were leading 7-3, but as I said, this game was suspended and did not get replayed.
All right, folks. And do we have any injuries on this one, Almighty?
Yes, we do. For the Bengals, let's see, Alex Kappa is out. There's something wrong with my screen here, but I know he's an offensive lineman. And who's the other one? Jonah Williams. He's out. What the heck is going on with my screen? I know they're offensive linemen, and I don't know why it's not showing what position they play. Okay, here we go. All right, Kappa's a guard. Williams is a tackle. And they just have those two listed as out. So I thought there were 3. So I guess last I heard there were 3, and that was yesterday. So things may have changed. But still, those are still key injuries for the Bengals and then offensive line.
All right. Thank you for that, Almighty.
And,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to interject that on comparables, for this week, Buffalo had the second lowest at 22. The Eagles, of course, had the best one at 19 this week. And I did want to mention that pretty much all year long, the Bills and the Eagles have been 1 and 2. With the Bills, I think, having the lowest at, I think it was 18. Wasn't it 18, Scorekeeper, about 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, Big Dog. That sounds about right.
Yeah, the Eagles, I think, had the lowest comparable scores for the entire season that week. It added up to only 18. So, these guys are on a collision course to face each other, which I think would be awesome.
Okay, the Bengals are just in the. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Big Dog.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the Bengals did lose their right tackle, Collins, to an ACL torn. So there are 3 missing.
Ooh. So he's out for a while.
Yeah. So the injury report said I had to go somewhere else to find that name, but I don't know. And this article was yesterday's, but it wasn't on the report I was looking at, and that was from NFL.com. So I do not know why that other guy was. I knew there was 3, and I guess. I mean, I'm tired. I was tired of being wrong all day long, so I had tried to get right.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe there's whiskey in this Coke. I don't know.
Then you need to pass some of that stuff over here. The Bills are favored at 5.5. Before we lose Dreem, I want to go to his pick right now. He knew I was going to him, man.
He is ready.
Yeah, he already unmuted. Go, Dreem.
Hey, you said all those injuries were on the Bengals
Yes.
Well, but
and their offensive line.
There's 3 offensive starters out this week.
Yeah, dude.
So that's what we're even at. So that's going
Yeah.
to affect the running. I mean, I don't see Mixon might not be able to flip his coin in this game. And Burrow may not have.
Yeah, you're right.
To throw.
So 3 of the
I don't
offensive
know.
line is gone.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to
Going
stick
up
with the
against-
Bills on this
Going
one.
up against the Bills' #1 defense in the league.
yeah, but they are. Aren't they still? Wait a minute, aren't they still missing? What's his name?
Oh, this is funny, Tony. Wrong game. That was
Yeah,
last
I'm
week,
gonna have
buddy.
to stay with the Bills on this one.
31-30. Just kidding. Go ahead, Dreem. Dreem, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I believe he went with the Bills.
Yeah, but I thought he was going to say something else. So, Dreem, just jump in. Well, you know what? He's unmuted, so he might be in a bad area right now. So, Dreem, as soon as you get back, hopefully. Tony went for the Bills 31-30 over the Bungholes. And, Jay, it looks like Bengals versus Bills was meant to. Let me see. Bills. I guess I need to verify that, engineer, but I believe you're taking the Bills. So, Speedy, what's it going to be, young man?
Well, seeing that DeMar Hamlin is doing very well in recovery. Everybody's been posting pictures with him. He's been smiling. But, there's always that but. He's going to be closely monitored. I guess they're going to, in some form or fashion, allow him on the field when they start playing. But he'll be on the sideline for all of it. Or maybe they'll give him a VIP access, so probably be up in the skybox.
If he
Well,
can,
he's been in the building all week, though. I mean, he hasn't done anything, but
Yeah.
he's been hanging around.
Yeah, he's been at the practice field just watching them. So I'm going with the Bills.
all
Can they
right.
win their first Super Bowl? Maybe.
Thank you, Speedy. We already had several choices: Coffee, Raw, Scorekeeper, and Aisha.
Okay,
Or with the
engineer is
Bills.
waffling.
I'm sorry.
Engineer is waffling.
Yeah, I that's why I asked for I asked for some clarity on that one. Okay, pay my bills.
Oh.
Going for Bills. But
saw
I
that
do
too,
like the Bengals too. So, Big Dog, going to you, brother. What's it going to be?
Buffalo. The injury to Hamlin, of course, was horrible and everything, but now that's the inspiration for them to win it for him. So it's kind of like with the Lakers in 2020 when, with the passing of Kobe, that was the inspiration for the team to go on to win the title. Buffalo has that same attitude. So I'm going with the Bills. I mean, it's a sentimental run all the way through now.
Thank you, Big Dog. Almighty.
I'm taking the Bills.
Okay, excellent. So, folks, in recap, I have no one going for the Bengals. And, folks, this is one of the marquee games. Actually, these four, I take it back. Folks, if you look at these games, I don't know about everyone else, but I think they're going to be absolutely exciting, all of these games. This is a rare playoff weekend where they're all damn good teams. So that's just my honest opinion. I'm sorry, my comment. And good morning, Gridiron Girl. And lo and behold, you got to wake and mess things up. Way to go.
What's up, Gridiron Girl?
Way to go, Gridiron Girl. Yep. And she is going for the Bengals. Woohoo! So exciting stuff. Now,
Yeah, she's the outlier this time. Not
yeah,
me.
she is definitely the outlier. So thank you. We just came back to that. Gridiron Girl, if you do see the first two games, Jaguars, Chiefs, and Giants and Eagles, please let me know. Yes, good morning, young lady. And you're even getting a little bit of love from the engineer as well. So good morning, Gridiron Girl. In recap, Bengals, Gridiron Girl, and Bills, Coffee, Roz, Scorekeeper, Aisha, Dreem, Tony, 3130, Engineer, Speedy, Big Dog, and Almighty. Woohoo! All right, folks, it looks like the entire family is here. It's really cool. It's really fun. So we're going to take the last game. Speedy, did you want to take that one?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Go ahead, Big Dog, please.
It is the second most hated team, 12-5, going up against the San Francisco 49ers, 13-4. They will be playing, of course, in Levi Stadium, and the game will be at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time on Fox. In the comparables, the Niners are 5th in offense, the Cowturds 10th. On defense, the 49ers are 2nd. The Cowgirls are 13th. In passing, the Niners are 13th. The hated ones are 14th. In rushing, the Niners are 7th. And the Blue Star Boys are 8th. In their last meeting, which was December 19th in 2020, it was that team from the biggest state, 41, Niners 33.
But did you say Big Dog?
I was going to say the Lone Star State. They think they're the biggest state, but that's okay.
Well, yeah, I was thinking like a Texan.
I almost missed that. I'm going, what?
Yeah.
I was thinking like a Texan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why. That's why I said they think.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. But
Good
okay,
stuff.
never mind.
What do you have for injuries? And we already have some calls. Oh, actually, before you get to the injuries, this is a tough one, and this is really cool. Aisha says, so I want to call Dallas on this, but my gut says 49ers. Man, this is just impossible to call. It is, Aisha, because this is a marquee game. This is going to be good. Dallas can have a repeat of the last game of missing scoring attempts, and the 49ers have a winning streak going. But life don't give second chances. F it. Guess I'll go with the 49ers. Wow, Aisha.
For God's sakes.
Okay.
Fuck it.
Yeah, Aisha.
Such language from across the pond.
Oh, my
love it.
goodness.
I love
Do we have
it.
any
I love it.
injuries, Almighty?
Well, unless you want to count Garoppolo. I wouldn't do that, but he's injured still. And I guess, let's see, and Ambry Thomas, the quarterback for the 49ers, is out. And that, I believe. And for the Cowboys, Jason Peters, who's a tackle, is out with a hip. And that is it. I guess everybody else is going to participate. We don't know who's going to. We don't know who's going to be making the extra point kicks yet. I don't think, but you know.
I think the starter will have the first shot. If he makes that first one, they'll keep going with him until he misses. Once he misses, I think that's it. He'll be on the bench.
Wow.
Well, don't you think they would cut him cut somebody instead of carrying two kickers?
I mean, he's been with the team for a while, so I guess they're figuring.
I'm just saying that's a
that
roster
it was an
spot.
anomaly, though.
I'm just saying that's a roster spot
Anomaly.
carrying two kickers.
Yeah,
But
but
from
when
what
you
you're
get to
saying,
this time of the season, though, I mean, the guy you're going to pick up isn't going to be a starter anyways, so it's going to be a backup no matter where it's at. And
Yeah.
since their weakness right now is kicking,
But they still won.
That's the backup. I'm surprised they didn't have a backup in the first place. Or is he
Well,
injured?
I don't know. Usually the punter could be a backup. Not the punter. God
yeah,
dang it.
true.
Well, the punter could be, but who's going to? But they got that backup holder too, someone else to hold his balls. So, I don't know. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Someone will kick. You know, Hilton might be kicking for all we know if all things go that sideways.
You saying that about him holding his balls reminds me. I just saw a video a couple of weeks ago, and it was Big Ben.
I don't know if you want to hear this story, Big Dog.
No, it's funny.
Oh.
Big Ben. They were at the Pro Bowl. He said they were practicing, and he kept fumbling the hike from the center, and it was Tom Brady's center. You know, he made the Pro Bowl, so he kept fumbling, until finally the center turns around and tells him, "You know what? You got to take the ball the way." He goes, "You got to put your hands the way Brady does." He's all, "You know that middle knuckle right here?" He goes, "You put that right in." He goes, "You put that right in between my butthole and my ball sack. That little spot there." He's all, "You rest your knuckle there." He goes, "On the ball, every single time will go right into your hand." And Tony, Big Ben went, "No, that ain't gonna happen. Tom, come get your, keep taking snaps, man."
I like it. That is good, folks.
Well,
by the way,
Romo should have been told that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't know. Homo must have fell asleep in that class. I don't know what happened there, but that was like one of but anyway, that hit me too when you said that.
I thought it was a funny thing though, but when Big Ben was he was like, "Yeah," he goes, "You get this that center knuckle." He goes, "You place it right between my balls and my butthole." He's all, just place it right there.
That is good. Jay says Kittle will have a big game today. And Gridiron Girl gave us an update. Chiefs, Eaglets. Tony, do you have a comment? The Eaglets and fuck it, Cowboys. Way to go. And then, yes, it was funny, Aisha, where she just says, Roger, you got Tony wrong. Like, I did. And then, of course, about the score, but it turned out that Aisha says, I got it wrong. So
Yeah.
Funny. And then Engineer says, the score. And I apologize. Engineer, when he had his comment earlier about the prior game, it was about this is a game that should have happened several weeks ago. And that is correct, yes. So
Yeah.
I apologize. Good job on that one.
And
But,
the Eagle, San Francisco and Dallas also harken back to when these teams used to meet in the playoffs way back in the early 90s, mid 90s with Troy Aikman and
Yep.
and all those other clowns, And
Guys.
plus them harkens back to their meetings in the 80s with the catch and all that crap. So anyway, it's a history between these teams in the playoffs.
When you look at pedigree, and there's no doubt it's the Cowboys 49ers. That is the pedigree game. But again, folks, look at all these games. These are damn good teams. This is the weekend to watch NFL football, and it is what it is. Now, Big Dog, go ahead and read that one, please.
No, I'm not going to read it. I posted it. I'm not going to read it.
Aisha says, Big Dog Sex Talks. What's this? A new sport? Ball pocketing. That's damn good. Jay says they have a history. Yes, they do. So, Big Dog, let's take it over to you, young man. Cowboys, 49ers.
Well, you need to switch Gridiron Girl to Cowboys because she took the Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken.
What a shock.
Right there.
No, wait a minute.
There.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. I even said, fuck it. Oh, Cowboys, yes.
Oh, my. I don't know what to do about this.
And no way in hell am I taking the Cow Turds, so I'm taking the Niners with confidence.
I appreciate that, Big Dog. Thank you. Almighty, what's it going to be?
Oh, I didn't pick yet?
I don't.
I don't know. I got sidetracked with my whiskey and Coke. 49ers. I'm going to go with the 49ers. And also, what was I going to say? Never
I
mind.
don't know. What were you going to
I
say?
forget. Oh, if the Bengals do happen to win and move on, we could see a repeat of another 49ers-Bengals Super Bowl. Or we can also see the Bills start another 4-game losing streak in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Whoa, man. That was so sad.
That was in the 90s or late 80s, early 90s?
I think it didn't straddle both decades.
Yep.
They got
Yeah.
blown out
Machine gun-
here, if I'm not
Machine Gun
mistaken, right?
Kelly.
Yeah,
Machine Gun
he got
Kelly.
machine gunned all right. I mean, yeah, but yeah.
Okay, Jay, I get it. I really want to see Tony versus Engineer. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. And Aisha says, gee, Sonia, make me feel bad. Why don't you? Because you went with the Cowboys and Aisha did not. Wow. That is cool. That is cool. So, Speedy, what's it going to be? Andale, arriba, arriba.
All right. I'm if this happens, then
my God, you're going with Gridiron Girl.
yes, I'm gonna. As long as they don't miss, because he missed what, like 4 field goals.
Missed 4.
Then they were like,
Extra points.
yeah, they're like, no, okay, you're out.
Well,
And then-
whatever. They all go through the same polls.
And then they did a fake, and I was like, oh, I see why they. Okay, yeah, but I'm gonna go with the Cowboys.
You are.
Well, because my family knows I'm never gonna be one of them. I can't be a Bang Niner gang member. Jeez. See what I did there?
Don't you dare, Speedy! You're being threatened from across the pond, and even Jay's like, "What? What?" Oh my goodness! Now Jay does not yell. That's me, but his is more like, "What? What?"
Yeah, I can imagine.
As you know, Jay's been on with us. He's very soft-spoken, so I could never imitate Jay. No, actually, I think I could, but I'm not going to do it right now. He's such a kind soul, man. I don't think he's easy to imitate, but yeah, I think I could. Go ahead, Big Dog.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you heard. Oh, it was Almighty then. Sorry. What was it?
Well, I'm
No, it was
just
a dog-
thinking about
It was a dog
adding all
barking,
these.
but that wasn't me.
Adding, oh yeah, that's a true story. No.
Ooh,
Well, I don't know if all
lying.
these. I don't know if all these playoff games are being combined into one big record. Well, the only reason I ask is I think someone went 6-0 last week, and I'm not sure who it is, but it was
I'll have it up. I'll have it up by noon.
well, I know it was me, but I'm just saying that. But I'm just saying that I've got Gridiron Girl and Speedy trying to catch my, picking against me, and now everybody else is picking the same except for those two are, they're really going after it. I like it. Not they're trying to catch me, but everybody is all on the same page for this week, and it looked like but anyway.
It's good
matter.
stuff, folks.
Let's
I'm
do
just
that.
messing around with the solo views right now. But Aisha says it. Speaking for the Royal Crown, Speedy, you are persona non grata. Britain has declared war on Speedy. So, Speedy, I don't know what you're going to do. Arriba, andale, let's go.
And speaking of across the pond, there will be 2 games in Germany next year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for that update. I know we had
I
talked
don't know
about
who
it
knew it or who
earlier.
didn't know it, but they know they are going to do that, and there'll still be one still in London.
So it is official. Like I said, I know we had touched on it. The NFL had hinted that it was going to happen, but thank you for coming up with that, Almighty.
Well, it was so popular in Germany this season that they expanded it, but they still keep talking about the division in Europe, which would probably be 2 in Germany, 1 in London, and then another one somewhere else. And I was thinking, well, it can't be in Italy, because what is the NFL going to do with the halftime that goes has a 2-hour siesta? I don't see it. I just don't. But
that's good. I like that one, folks. If anything, I think the Madrid team in Spain also did very well, better than the one if there was one in Italy. So Madrid is another possibility, but Aisha will not let it go. Dominican
she won't.
has a hit out on him. I just employed some cat called Sylvester. Yes, he says he can take him out. All right.
How are you going to do that? I'm actually good friends with Sylvester the cat. So, well, he's the only cat I actually get along with, other than the other cats that have tried to kill me over the years. But that's neither here nor there.
Dude, I think Sylvester is,
They should call in Tom.
MI608. Big Dog?
I said she'll call in Tom then.
Jeez, very good. Ooh. So in recap, folks, we're having way too much fun, folks. It's absolutely awesome. Cowboys 12-5. It's Gig and Speedy in recap, and the 49ers 13-4. It's Coffee, Roz, Scorekeeper, Aisha, Engineer, Tony 30-23, Big Dog, and Almighty. Woohoo! So
I don't know if you noticed, Scorekeeper.
I'm sorry, Big Dog.
I said I don't know if you noticed, but the spreads decreased as the games went on.
I did not notice that. Good catch, Big Dog. Yes. Yeah, you're right about that. That is cool. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. I did ask Tom, but he's busy with some other mouse called Jerry.
Yeah. See?
Did you copy and paste, or did you just erase it?
I just copied and pasted right now.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm going to go ahead and put it on the Sports Talk with the Guys page. So bear with me one moment, and we're going to get the updates. I did contact Double D while we were doing this, so I'm going to go ahead and get that one updated right now. As I say, Double D usually responds real quick. So we shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. Today is January 21st, 2023. The Super Bowl is around the corner. There are no changes to the schedules, as has been alluded to. The young man with the Bills,
Mr. Hamlin.
Thank you, Big Dog. Mr. Hamlin, he is up and around. Folks, it happens, and we witnessed it. We were all part of it, and no matter what, I think the Scorekeeper would have been the dickest one of all had I been there, because Big Dog and I had plans to go on that Monday night, and we just didn't go. And as soon as he got hurt, I think the Scorekeeper would have said something stupid at the bar at Applebee's. I would have said, shit, we're only 6 minutes in. What the? Big Dog didn't stay quiet on that. Look, he knows that Scorekeeper is just as stupid here, you see? And I would have been the jerk.
I still try to get the partial win for that game, too.
Oh.
And
there it
unfortunately,
is.
it didn't work that way.
There it is, folks. Even better. So I'm updating it right now, folks, and I'm going to have the post. Go ahead and take a look at it, because everyone catching everything just helps all of us out, and it's been good. And it means a great deal that everyone does check out the posting, which is absolutely awesome. So we have the NFL playoffs, the divisional round. It has now been officially updated. Thank you, Big Dog, because I don't know if it was last week or the week before. I did miss the update, and that one was embarrassing. But we're good. We're done. It's there, and it is out. It is now posted. Oh, it's showing the wrong screen because of the way I set it up. But it's still there. Let's see. Can I close this one? There. It doesn't matter. All right. I'm going to clear the screen, and we're done. All right, folks. Look. Hey, get out of there. Get out. Stop screen share. Stop. Why can I not?
So, Speedy, how did your nephew like his first wrestling event?
Well, he enjoyed it. He enjoyed it a lot, and
Good.
we lost Scorekeeper, but it was good, and he met Sledge and a bunch of other people and a lot of my friends, and he's like, these guys are entertaining. I'm like, these guys are actually older than me, so that's why they talk the way they talk. He's like, but they sound like you. I'm like, no, they don't. Their mannerisms, they were like teenagers still. Actually, that applies to all of us. Except Almighty. I don't know, though. Almighty, you still...
Wow. Almighty, you're on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute, buddy.
You're on mute.
I was going to say I already got to put up with it every week from Alicia, so I don't need any more being the old man.
Do you know what is really cool? It is awesome that we had everyone on a few moments ago. We had the core five, and then last week we had Tony join us as well as Aisha, but Aisha had some technical issues. She has an older computer. We can still fix that, Aisha, because your video worked, your mic did not. All I need, Aisha, is if you could email me the specs of what your computer is, we can get you a real simple mic. Big Dog remembers the mic that we had on Blog Talk Radio, right? I still have that mic, man. It is really cool.
In answer to that comment, I have fat finger problems too. See?
I'm sorry, what's that, Big Dog?
She said she has fat finger problems. I said I have fat finger problems too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you know what that means, Big Dog?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
What, with the fat finger? Oh, come on. Anyway, I'm not
anyway, we got it anyway. Notice, folks, look at this. Oh man, I wish I would have taken a picture of this. Notice that all three of us on this side were being stupid, and Speedy was like, "Oh, Gridiron Girl got a little pissy on that one, or wants to vomit." I don't know what's going on. You know, you'll have to talk to Big Dog about that. So, but it's neither here nor there. She just wanted to throw up. So, all right, folks. We are approaching the third hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. We did begin the program a tad late, and I am sorry for that. But that's 2 weeks in a row. Oof, I hate doing that. But it's good. So we're going to get to some of the rest of the stories right now. And who's Mike? Oh, that Mike. I don't do boyfriends. Maisha. I was talking about MIC. Oh my God. I thought Speedy was going to jump in on that one. KEYMOUSE.
No, his is BARNEY.
Oh, okay. You're going to go back to that. I thought you were done with that.
No,
He set
He's
me up.
Never done with that.
When he sets me up, I got it. He threw me the grapefruit, man. You gotta knock that shit out. Can't waste opportunities. In there, right, Scorekeeper.
Don't blame me. I just serve them. I looked into that one, man. I did. But Big Dog did go for the kill. It was so good that this grapefruit didn't even make it past the batter's box.
You know, the funny part is I had to think really quick how to spell Barney.
Oh my God! Notice the weedy old guys all laughed at that one. Oh, we got that one. Oh my goodness! Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is 8 p.m. Go ahead, 8 a.m. Go ahead, get us going, Speedy.
That moment, Big Dog almost forgets how to spell Barney. That was awesome. He's like, wait, B? And I saw him too. He's like, no, that's, and he's like scratching me out. Wait, how do you spell it?
Aisha is showing us some Lenny Melnick right now, isn't she, Big Dog?
Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
Just side tangent. I was scrolling through Hulu. I think it was Hulu yesterday. Either Hulu or Paramount Plus. Excuse me. Evidently, there is a documentary on Barney, and I didn't notice this, or I didn't know about this. There were death threats back in the day for the voice actor who, voiced Barney, and they were actually attacked. And it was a whole documentary that says "Love Barney, Hate Barney," something like I forgot what it's called. But it looks very interesting. I think I'm going to watch it sometime during next week. But it was the whole thing, I guess, during the whole Barney phenomenon when it was happening, that there were people just like now. There are people that can't be happy with a good-natured children's television show. That they said there had to be, other devious things going on. They said that they were accusing Barney of being a sex offender and that he stuffed his tail with cocaine, all kinds of other weird, just that would come out now, that would set the Twitterverse on fire. And this was happening back then in the I guess would that be early 90s?
Yeah, it was an early '90s thing that people were like, "Get him off TV, or we're gonna kill him."
Yeah, and for no reason other than it was just someone hated
because it
the
was
fact
a
that it was a good show.
purple. It was a purple dinosaur.
Yeah, and
Because it
nobody
was
back
purple.
then would. Well, you got to remember all the Jurassic Park movies and stuff like that, and even the cartoons had always shown regular tone-colored dinosaurs, but then along comes a purple dinosaur, and everybody went, "Really, really, purple? What are you guys smoking at the network? What's going on with that?" And that's why people hated it.
Actually, they explain that because scientifically, purple is the happiest color. And
Yes.
when you're gearing something towards 5 to 7-year-olds, you want to capture their attention. So a bland brown wouldn't work, so they made the dinosaur purple. I mean, it wasn't stupidity or smoking something. They went by science. And the idiots that didn't understand that, and that said it, I already said it, they're idiots.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but if you watch even regular TV shows back in the 80s and whatever, people would always wear purple shirts. I mean, during Smallville, look how many times Lex wore a purple shirt. I mean, I'm just saying, it's if you notice that there's always like that color going throughout whatever you watch back in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s.
It captures your attention. It captures your thinking of, it draws you to that person. So
I'm not a big fan of purple, so it didn't draw me.
I love purple. That's always my favorite color. Even before the Lakers, I've always loved purple.
By the way, Aisha, thank you for that. America Got No Talent. Thank you. We are in the running for that. I think we're overqualified, but we're going to see how that's going. You like that one, Speedy? And Aisha also does say, can you imagine what today's children would make a foghorn leghorn? Aisha, wow.
I say now, boy. Now take your little butt over there and get that dog. Something like that. I do a bad impression, but
no, it was good. It was good.
I think in some way the world is still taking a turn for that, because remember what happened a few years ago, where they were like, "Oh, you're a fake cowboy, you're a cartoon cowboy, and you have a gun. Let's get that off the network," and that's what everybody did.
Oh my God, I remember that.
And then Paw Patrol. Remember, Paw Patrol got canceled. My nephews and nieces were pissed. They're like, "We can't get him anymore. We want Paw Patrol." I'm like, "Well, your parents have Hulu and Netflix, so I'm sure you can find them that way, and YouTube."
Man, that's right, Paw Patrols. Folks. Okay, Speedy, excellent points on that. Big Dog, I wanted to comment on that. The whole thing on the dinosaur. I really didn't know that he was threatened as well. Do you guys remember the stupid uproar of Teletubbies? Remember that? I do remember the hatred and the vitriol.
I hated the Teletubbies.
I get you, but I do remember that hitting the news and stuff. But
that one I remember.
I don't recall. I remember the videos of people blowing up the Teletubbies. That's the closest I ever saw of harm. But I didn't know that the dinosaur.
Yeah, neither did I. That's why I find this documentary intriguing, because I don't remember there ever being bad publicity about Barney. So I'm interested to watch it, and they had the original voice people that voiced Barney and all the other characters that came out. So I'm interested in watching it. Maybe I'll hopefully watch it before we come back, and maybe I'll do a quick rundown, see if it's worth for you guys to be watching it or not.
Let me know when it's on, because I would be interested in seeing that. But I guess for me, folks, is I remember the stupid commentary about Barney, but I didn't know there were threats. I do remember the one about the Teletubbies where people, because the 4 symbols, remember? That's what drove everyone. What was the 4th symbol? And so it folks, I guess the only thing I want to add to Big Dog's comment is think about it. It's what is when you want to bitch about today. And that's directed at the fake Twitterverse. What how unhappy are you today? And they're just looking for something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pee Wee Herman.
You moved your mic. Your voice went considerably down.
Yeah, notice
You went
I
from
didn't move.
you went from 10 to like 3.
Yeah.
It's on
That's
Peacock.
America.
Barney is on Peacock, the docu-series.
Oh,
it's on
okay.
Peacock.
Peacock,
I'll check
okay.
that one out. Jay, what about the Pee Wee Herman? Do you guys remember that one? I don't recall. I just remember the ridicule.
Yeah, he was caught masturbating. I was gonna say
that's
this prank
in Florida,
In-
right?
Yeah.
in a movie in an actual movie porn theater
Okay,
when they actually still had those.
Yeah, I think I think Kraft was with him, and then after that they headed off to a massage parlor for the first time, and it became it became habit forming for Kraft, as we know, because he was busted a few years ago for it. But yeah, that took care of Pee Wee. I mean, that character for Pee Wee character was done. I think they did another series recently, didn't they? Another
Yeah,
Pee Wee Herman.
yeah.
Hoping that everybody forgot.
It didn't go
Oh.
very far. It didn't last long. The reboot.
I wouldn't
like
think so
4 to
because
6
he's
shows.
older and whatever. And plus, it was probably one of those time capsule things too, where you had to be in that decade to appreciate his hand gestures.
Aisha, thank you. You're right. That was the whole thing about the Teletubbies, because they were saying they were making kids gay. I forgot about the handbag. I said the symbol. It was actually the handbag. You're right, Aisha. Jay,
Well, I
you're
thought one
right.
of the symbols was a symbol for being gay. I thought that was one of the controversies.
I thought it was too, but I forgot about the handbag. It was, remember, the fourth symbol. That's what people were like, hey, you're talking about making people. I just didn't say it. Aisha did. And the thing about Pee Wee Herman, if you look at it, he did what he did. He disappeared for almost 10 years. He came back acting in some dramas, comedies, whatever, and he just returned. He went, the typical American story. And who did he hurt? He hurt himself, I guess. And,
He hurt his little buddy.
Yeah.
Working too hard.
All right, let's get focused back in. Otherwise, we're going to scare new people away, and they're going to think we're PBS. And then they're going to tell the government about us. Hey, look what these guys did. Look who they're talking about. Cancel their show.
Yeah.
Right.
Dude, I've already had those emails.
You got to remember, his first name was Pee Wee.
That's right.
Yeah, it was. So knowing that in the pecking order, go ahead, Speedy. You're closer to Almighty. All right.
So if the palm fits.
Yeah, but, like I said, let's everybody focus in, because after the NFL goes off, you've seen the commercials, you've got the XFL coming, and then a week later you've got the USFL. I'm very interested in seeing that return.
Yeah.
Big Dog's not. Because I still couldn't understand what was happening last year when the USFL players can go out of bounds and they don't blow the whistle like they do in the NFL. And I went, that's allowed? Okay, this is interesting. And they didn't really call anything. But back to the NFL, a lot of scrutiny went out this week because they were like, they didn't call this, they didn't call that. I'm like, yeah. And people have been showing videos on YouTube. This referee completely missed the call. Brady actually tripped a player. And I was like, I see that now in slow motion. Yes, I did. I see that. And this is why I've been telling you guys for a while now, and I've told other friends, this is why I think once the NFL season is over, they need to do what Chipotle did and shut everything down for one day, and all the officials need to have one-on-one referee retraining on everything.
Why do you need to shut the NFL down one day when they only play on Saturday and Sunday? Why not just tell all the refs show up on Wednesday on this day? There you No, you don't shut anything down. They only play once a week. No need to
Yeah,
sit
they
around
could.
for an
They
entire
could.
week.
Yeah, they could do that. They could do a 2-0 win.
And also, they're not affiliated with any teams. So why shut the NFL down when the referees have nothing really to do with the NFL other than to make calls? They're not associated with any team. So you can call these guys on a Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday at the beginning of the seasons because there's never any games on Saturdays until after Christmas. You can call there's no need to shut anything down. There was something I was gonna say though.
But you have to remember, you can also have to correspond it with everybody having a day off because these refs have full-time jobs. You just can't pick a day at random. I mean, these refs are part-timers, right?
They shouldn't have a day off because they each get paid like $90,000 to $180,000 depending on how much.
But they're still part-time, and
true. They could work another job.
Right now, you have to find out, right? Because I'm sure after the season, it's like with the NFL, with the season over, everybody scatters. I understand. I understand this, but what is one day going to do? I mean, you're not going to fix all these things. And plus, Speedy, with it being playoff time, the refs are kind of told, let them play. If it's not anything egregious.
Well, because of what remember what happened. Hang on, Big Dog. Remember what happened on the Sunday night game? Troy Aikman said, "quote The referees are not going to call this," and they didn't. They didn't call anything. They just were like, "Well, whatever. We're not going to call that. That's going to take too much time."
Because he knows the game. He plays the game. He knows what they're going to call and what they're not going to call. Of course.
Yeah.
The question I had for you though. When you talked about Tom Brady tripping the other player when you saw it in slow motion, and that's why these guys need to be retrained. You just said it yourself in slow motion. When you watch the play live or a regular action, you didn't catch it. So if you didn't catch it, what makes you think they're going to catch it on the floor when they're trying to look at 100 guys at the same time? You caught it because you saw it in slow motion.
Yeah.
You said it yourself.
And wasn't there a missed call for Brady getting face mask too?
Yeah.
Yeah, they missed that also. The rest.
So I mean, it kind of evens out then, right? Tripping, face masking. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The refs don't have slow motion. They gotta make a bam, bam, bam play. You didn't catch it watching it on TV until you saw it in slow motion, but yet you're chastising these guys for not seeing it in live action when you couldn't even see it in live action.
True.
I mean, so how can you complain? If you can't catch it, what makes you say they can catch it? Until you said I didn't see it until I saw it in slow motion. They don't have the thing to be able to say, "Oh, wait a minute, guys, hold on. Let me look at this. Let me look at why the guy fell down." And 5 minutes later say, "Oh, Brady tripped him. Okay, flag." Games would be 7 hours long if we did that. That's why it's got to be bang, bang, bang. And yes, every single sport, every umpire, ref, whatever you want to call them, they're going to miss calls because it's a bang, bang play. We have the advantage of looking at it in slow motion and say, "Oh my God, how could he have missed it?" It's not like Angel Hernandez. The ball goes in the dirt and he's all strike. Obvious like that. Okay.
But these bad calls have been happening for decades.
Or the Brady face mask that they missed. All that was bam, bam, bam. But yet we chastise them like crazy for not being able to call it in live action when we couldn't even see it in live action. So
and plus some of those plays are blocked from the view of a ref. I mean, the ref is looking at it as a player. And
there's 15 cameras.
These things go on all the time, and it's part of the game. That's why we can sit here for an hour or so and argue about all these bad plays like they do during the week. That's what makes it kind of like, all right, what, this bad play? Yeah, okay, let's talk about it, but we're not going to change it. And it's fun to talk about. But I mean, but anyway, I understand what you're saying, Speedy. But sometimes you got to take that slow mo and put it in, boom, and then just. But anyway, I think I got your point, Speedy. It's a good thing to talk about. But these refs, they're part timers. They got full time jobs, and they don't have a full time position. So they don't spend the off season running drills and going through this and that and the other. But I understand, Speedy, and I also understand, Speedy, that you sound like you have money on these games, and maybe you should just stop. And I'm just kidding now.
Folks, we've talked about this forever. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So
Yep.
says Gridiron Grill. Look,
that's a wrestling term.
Yeah.
It may be. Look, I this is going to come across as me taking the high ground, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm still going to say it, folks.
We're used to it.
When you deal with the umpires, the refs, when you play the games, you ask for consistency because they're human beings. The players only want consistency. We all know they're going to miss it, both good and bad. I've said that every time I played the games, I got a lot of calls. And I know I got a lot of calls because most guys in the field were just dicks. And the umps didn't like them. I was the beneficiary of calls because I was, believe it or not, the nice guy in the field. I told that for years to the big dog that I know.
And it works.
It works. Stop flopping. Stop faking. Stop being a dick to them. But again, I'm taking the higher ground here. I was lucky to play baseball in high school. I played the semi-pro after. And I know I'm going to get calls that are going to go against me. And you've heard me, big dog. We and I are the same. And I think Almighty is too. And to a lesser extent, Speedy, because we just haven't had this conversation. How can you blame a ref for a bad call, especially one bad call? In the case of football, 60 minutes, folks. Where were you the rest of the game? Where were you? 48 minutes in basketball, 60 minutes in hockey, another 9 innings in baseball. Where were you? Look, I've lost a game because of bad call, but you know what? Hey, it's going to happen. I've won a game because of a good call. For everyone to cry about the refs, folks, you're not looking at it the other way. Yeah, bad calls are bad, especially in the TV, digital realm when you can focus in and measure almost centimeters. What about all the other calls that they're getting right? No one cheers when an ump gets a right call or a ref. These refs, these umpires, they're damn good at what they do. And more often than not, they get it right. And I'm not going against Speedy. I'm not going against Big Dog or Almighty. Go ahead, Big Dog.
No, I was just going to say, I agree with everything you say. But like in all life, there's exceptions to statements. And all I'm going to say, for everything Scorekeeper said, the exception is Angel Hernandez. Because he's just. I mean, we all agree that guy.
Yeah.
Just I don't know. We don't know what he's looking at when he makes his calls. I mean, yeah, you sometimes you miss them. Sometimes you good call, bad call. His seem to all be bad calls.
I think it was Almighty. Oh, sorry, it was Coffee that posted a link regarding the umpires and how the statistics. See, people don't look at this stuff. I don't look at it. You remember that, huh, Big Dog? Mm-hmm. Where he said, look at all these younger umps that have been there for like 4, 5, 6 years. Their statistics are available, but no one bothers to look. The ref statistics are available. The baseball statistics are available. I just think being a ref in basketball sucks, man. It just sucks. But I rely on the refs. I just don't know where the hell traveling went. That's neither here nor there.
3 seconds. That's 3 seconds.
Oh, the 3 second one too.
Oh my God.
In baseball, you don't know a lot of the younger names of the umpires because they're that good. When you look at their stat track numbers, they're in the 99 to 100% accuracy. Folks, that's Stepford Wives shit. Okay. Okay. When they're doing
Few
that,
reference, but I like it.
yeah. All right, I know they're male umpire, but anyway. And there's a lot of them. They're just damn good at it, but you don't know their names because they're good at it. And you just and that's because of the training, the accuracy. These umpires get promoted and they're good. And then there are other umpires that you just don't, you know their names because yeah, you know, they are what they are. But folks, I don't complain about the umps, the rest, because Big Dog said it that I agree with. This is it's a bang play.
I know. I knew you. I know you don't. I know you hate that term, but okay. I will modify. It is.
Oh no, Big Dog! It's game. Right on, brother. It's right on.
It's an instantaneous game where you have to make the call right there.
And they get them right most of the time. They do. So, but it really sucks when you're like, dude, where the hell were you? How the hell did you miss that? And there are those exceptions, right, Big Dog? It's like, dude, how did the fans up in the up there know it was wrong? And you who were looking right at it missed it. Yeah, Speedy, there are those that, oh my God, what? Did the umpire blink? What happened?
They did that in the first Sunday night game, and the announcers were like, well, the fans here are pissed because they saw the replay, and then the other coach was like, there's my challenge flag. And then the ref were like, oh, you're challenging the play. Okay, timeout. Challenge on the field. We have a challenge flag. We have to review this. I'm like, there we go. Because the people in the audience already knew.
Okay. All right. Well, let me comment on that one. When you get the fans angry after seeing the replay, those don't count as much. But when the play happens and the fans lose their shit, Big Dog, especially in basketball, you know something happened. When the game's being played and the fans, before the refs even react, lose, it's like you know something was there, and you should look at it. Otherwise, if the fans aren't catching it, come on. So I'm going to leave it at that. I do support them, but it's like sometimes, man, what the hell are they smoking that they missed those bonehead plays? But folks, do we still know what a catch is in the NFL?
Nope.
No. And that's the other thing they were talking about too. On the Sunday night game, they're like, is this forward progress now, or did he actually fumble the ball? Because remember, in the third quarter, he fumbled over. He rolled over onto the ball, and they couldn't tell if he actually had the ball in his arm. All they could tell was everybody jumped on top of each other. So they're like, what do we do about this? And that's when Trakeman goes, no, they're not going to call this at all. Because you can't. With all the different angles we have, we can't tell either. I was like, well, they do have a point. Because you can't actually tell. You know he fell on the ball, but did he actually have control of the ball? And that's what they couldn't determine.
Okay, Speedy, check this. Big Dog Almighty. How many times do they throw the flag or appeal the play, and then the boneheads in New York get the call wrong? When all of us watching it are like, that's why I am against the replay. Because even the bozos in New York can't get the right call. And I'm only going by my personal impression, but I think they get the call wrong more often than they get right. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I still don't know how they called the Raiders touchdown against the Patriots that almost final play. I was there. I saw all the angles, and I didn't see a damn wisp of white or black or whatever it was to show the difference between, the sideline and the goal line, and they still called it a touchdown.
Hey, Big Dog. Hey.
I knew as soon as it took like 5 minutes of waiting, I was like, oh, they're going to call it a touchdown. Even though all the video shows that it wasn't a touchdown, but they did. Of course, I was, and there's another, what do you say?
Coffee, what's up?
Take advantage of the bad play.
Thank you, Coffee. Yes. When it comes to video replay, nobody sucks more at it than the English Premier League.
I did want to.
Oh.
I did want to. If we're done with this one, are we done with this, or are we going to
Thank you.
talk a little bit
I'm
more?
good. Yes.
Everyone
Well,
else?
since we talk about this every other week, we should be done with it.
Okay. Speedy?
Yeah, just one more thing is that
Okay.
when I was watching my TV and they went to it and I'm
What
like,
the hell else do you do to a TV? But go ahead.
yeah, well, are you okay with their scorekeeper?
Yes, I am, Speedy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You had your cup of Joe?
Oh shit. Oh.
See, I already knew.
I sorry, Speedy. I sorry.
But when I was watching my TV and I had the same reaction that Big Dog did, and I went, they're gonna leave it as it is. They're not like Troy Aikman said, they're not gonna call anything. And he goes, the word on the field stands, it's a touchdown. And I went, yeah, see, there you go. And people were like, whoa, boo! I'm like, well, you can. It came from New York, not the actual referee. So,
Hola, Dreem. Welcome back.
He's on mute.
yeah, he's on mute.
Okay. So we're done?
Yeah, we're done. I'm good.
Okay. I want to comment. I want comments from you guys on what Ayesha put in the chat room, which was transgender women could continue to be allowed to compete in the female category in international track and field under controversial plans drawn up by World Athletics. So I read this earlier. What do you guys think? For me, I'll answer first, and then if you guys want to answer, I appreciate it. I don't mind if you're a transgender woman and you want to compete in the female category, as long as your testosterone levels aren't to where a male's would be, and your estrogen levels are where they're supposed to be if you're considered a woman. Then I'll be fine with you competing against others in that category.
We'll find out in 5 to 10 years when there are no more females competing because they just can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, it's we got a long road to go to figure all this out, and some of us being rushed into, especially on the college level and the high school level. And I don't know. I mean, every time we turn around, it's a transgender. I mean, the females are I don't know. Okay, whatever. Female students that aren't transgender complain about this all the time and how everything's unfair to them. So I don't know how much we should listen to them, since they're the ones in this sport. So they're the ones that are going to be affected by this, and how it will affect Title IX going down this. I mean, in this country, Title IX, I don't know anything about what that's called overseas or the real thing, but here in the States, they have a thing called Title IX, and where women are allowed to have every sport a male does, and they can compete in it. So that's what Title IX. Well, in jest, that's what that means here in the States when it comes to Title IX.
Speedy, go ahead.
No comment on this.
Okay. Dreem,
Okay.
did you get the comment on what we're talking about right now? Okay, maybe
Dreem,
Dreem
can you
didn't
hear
hear that.
So,
Yo,
Did you
okay,
guys just-
I hear you. Sorry.
Did you hear what I read?
Try to get it out a little bit.
Okay. Do you want me to read it again, or?
It should be better. It should be better in a minute. But
Okay.
if you can hear me, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in.
Go.
Go ahead.
As far as transgendered women competing, or transgendered men, however you want to call it, whatever it is, I feel like if they can have their own category for gender,
Yes.
just
I
like
agree.
handy-capable people, let's have their own category for the Olympics. let them compete against each other. Let them, decide who's best, and the participation trophy or whatever. But I don't see how that can be fair to either side. It, you like Big Dog was saying about testosterone levels. You know, they already test for drugs. That could be an option. But I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about everything on that.
Same here.
So I want to
Okay.
hear more about what you guys are saying though.
Speedy, did you want to still remain silent, or did you want to comment now?
No, I exercise my right to remain silent on this one.
Okay, appreciate that, Speedy. Look, folks, I'm 100% with, not being on the fence, but I'm with Dreem and most definitely with Aisha. This is something that I've been talking about for a while myself, because I've been asked it often off screen. Well, shouldn't they be allowed to play? So of course, let them play in their own league. And the looks they give me, and they ask, well, that's not fair. Why is that not fair? Because they are now males. I'm like, well,
Or females.
Or females, yes. And more often than not, it's when men become women that it is a clear unfair advantage. It's not even close. And I'm not shooting. Okay, no, I don't want to say that, but I appreciate that, Big Dog, what you said about the levels and stuff. For me, it's, you know what? Don't even have to play that. It's just have their own league. And I think it would be fair that way. So I'm 100% with Aisha. I'm not on the fence with this one, but I believe Dreem did say that they should have their own league. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I agree with Dreem on that. So it's the way it is, folks. If gender means nothing, then they should have their own league and let transgender compete against each other.
Yeah, like LeBron James decides he wants to be, transgender, transition into a woman, and joins the WNBA. He can drop 5,000 points a game.
Yep.
That's kind of along the lines of where I'm thinking.
That's basically what's happening now when men do that. It's an unfair advantage.
Mainly it was swimming, right? Wasn't there a lot of records broken by transgender women in swimming, like over the last year and a half? I think it was swimming, wasn't it?
Yes, that was one of them. Yeah.
And a lot of the women that aren't transgender were complaining, saying it was unfair.
Or I have another comment. At least, let me allow to bet on them. I mean, powerlifting. I'm going to take the woman with the size 12 shoe to win it all.
I will always bet on the comrade from Moscow. And the East Berliner. I will always bet on them too when it comes to figure skating.
I think we need to change. I think I might need to change Dreem's nickname from Stud Muffin to Kenny Rogers.
Maybe. Almighty, did you want to add any more to that, since a lot of us have commented now?
No.
Okay.
I think I agree with Alicia and everyone else. It's just going to take time, because everybody, the colleges and everything are pushing all this transgender stuff anyway. And how far does this have to go before, females eventually just say, well, screw it. We can't win. So, or are they still trying to compete and come in later? I don't know. And we got to also weed out some of the transgenders that switch sides just to win. Like I think something like that happened in swimming that Dreem brought up about, but I think so. I think there was one person that might have been guilty of that, but there's no proof of it. But still, we know that this certain swimmer didn't, finish like dead last or close to last until transgenderism. They were breaking records, like the Dream man said. So, Dream had it right there. Dream hit the nail on the head with a hammer.
Oh, and by the way, I do want to give a shout out once again. Thank you for the love, Peter Gama, Jay Simmons, Tony Kanopka, Aisha Kerr, Sonia Robles, and Luis Noriega. Luis, I remember you talking about that back in the late 70s, early 80s. We had a guy named Rene Richards that was playing tennis and beating everybody until they finally took him off the circuit. I remember you commenting. I remember the name's familiar on that one. Aisha says, the problem I have with transgender sports is very simple. A failure as a male sportsman simply says, I'm a woman and starts to win. That's just not fair, and it's wrong in a number of other ways. Thank you, Aisha. What you guys just said about that one guy, it does stand in our minds that he was male and he was not doing well, and then he became female and did break all the records. I believe that's exactly what it was. So, but folks, this is a clinical conversation. It is what we feel because these are our experiences. It's not hate. It is not ignorance. It is, we've had to deal with this ourselves. And a lot of people are not going to be able to handle it. Go ahead, Dreem.
I was going to say, it is 100% what you're saying. Like, we're older. We're used to things being a certain way. We're stodgy. We like it the way we are. Yeah. But I am sticking kind of with the, they deserve their own league. Why should they be forced, for them, for transgendered people who have a legitimate, situation going on, why should they be restricted to either men's or women's sports? It took a long time to get to have women's sports, WNBA, women competing in their own Olympics. Like, why? I feel like we're going to end up gearing towards, having a separate competition set of events for transgendered people. And I would be more open to that than having, them joining the other side. Regardless of whether it's men to women or women to men or whatever. Like, I feel like you should have your own set of, your own category to be able, you deserve it. You deserve to be able to compete with people that are like you. Like, you don't have, like like I said, handicap. Women competing, you don't have women going against men. You don't have handicapped people going against, able-bodied people. Not that transgendered is a handicap. However, they should be able to compete with, like abilitied people.
Yeah. Look, folks, in Major League Baseball, I believe we have, let me finish. I believe we have female umpires, okay? But they haven't hit the Major League level yet. We have, there's been several in the minor leagues, and they just haven't been able to break that barrier yet. But that's officiating. I know in I'm sorry?
I said that's surprising because usually baseball is in the forefront for things like that. The first time for this,
everybody
time for
else
that.
has female refs. What's
wrong with baseball? Say, NBA and NFL both have female refs. That's why I found it surprising. I thought there was, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm trying to remember now if I ever actually saw a female umpire.
Folks, they exist in the minor leagues. They do not exist in the majors. But I was asking help from all of my co-hosts right here that I gave that example. I said, they're there, but they're not everywhere. In high school, women are playing football now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if they're playing in college yet, but maybe
there have been kickers in college football.
Necessary roughness. Sorry.
Yeah, along those lines, yes. I believe there is one female kicker there now, on the collegiate level, and I think it's the NCAA 1A level. I don't remember her name. I'm thinking it's somewhere in the South. I think in one
How
of the big
sweet
in one
would
of the
it
big packs.
be? How sweet would it be if the Cowboys hired her?
They might actually win at that point. Now that you think, now, folks, what I guess knowing that, what I'm alluding to is this conversation that we're having now. Not only is it going to be a waste of time, but if you have a male who has gone female, let him play football. Let him play football in the boys' league. There should be no problem there. What I'm saying is that if we have women that are now joining in high school to play with the boys, for lack of a better word, have the transgenders play as well. And it's eventually going to be where we won't have male-female leagues. It'll just be one big sport, and there'll be competitors from everything there, and we won't have to worry about it. The issue is that when men become women, it is an unfair advantage. It's never the other way around. So let them play with the males. And it's only a matter of time before we're not even going to have this conversation.
Well,
Right,
females have always been allowed to play with the males. That's been going on for decades. I mean, there's nothing new to that. I mean,
let the transgender women play with the boys then too. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying that women have always, girls, whatever, have played. I mean, I know they have their fast pitch and all that stuff, but girls have played Little League and they have played. I've known that. I mean, we had a student, female, that played on the football team. And that wasn't because she was transgender. It was for another reason. But I'm not going to go into that right now. And, but still, that happens. But I'm just saying that. Anyway, I'm done. I mean, I'm just saying that, it's not there's a difference between having females being able to do male sports because that's equality and that's the law. But we're talking, but anyway.
Yeah,
but you're right. But I do
remember,
agree that Cowboy should get that kicker, maybe.
Actually,
if you guys remember,
Big Dog. Actually, Big Dog,
yeah.
Forgive me a moment. Speedy is actually jumping in on this one. Speedy, go ahead.
Yeah, because like Almighty said, when I was in elementary school, when we played soccer, they would have the teachers would tell us, okay, well, you're going to play with so-and-so. She is going to be on your team, whether you like it or not. Yeah. And here we are all these years later. And the problem with this is that when this whole thing started coming out, around the time that I was getting ready to leave Safeway, and it's still happening in other retail stores, they were like, where's your transgender restroom? We don't have one. What? I'm outraged. I'm never shopping here again. Fine. And because, right before Christmas, some guys had actually went into the women's restroom at work and they flooded the whole restroom. But that also caused problems for the men's restroom. And we were like, what are you doing here? We don't know. Well, you're a guy. You have no business in the women's restroom anyway. Well, and then they tell us the terminology, I'm half woman. No, get out of here with that. We don't care if you shop here anymore either.
Which half?
Go shop at Target. They have transgender restrooms. I'm sorry. Okay?
Okay.
But you said they were half women. Which half?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what they explained. Yeah.
That's what they told them. Big Dog, go ahead, please.
No, it's okay. It's past. I was just going to talk about.
I'm sorry.
When we were talking about women joining men's teams, I was going to say, you, myself, and Almighty are old enough to remember I guess it would have been late 70s or so when Nancy Lieberman tried out for an NBA team, and she actually made it to the final cut. And the coach to this day says, if she would have been a couple inches taller, she would have had a place on the bench on an NBA team back then. So, it's all about your ability. Now
Yes.
it's about other things. But then when we talk about it, when we remember back then, or women trying out for this, women trying out for that, it's all about ability. Like the girl that's on, the female that's on the female kicker that's on the college team. She beat out all the guys. She's not there because she's cute, or it's something to try and grab publicity. No, she earned it. The thing that's happening now is just, as you said, guys that couldn't handle it on the men's side, they're transitioning, and then all of a sudden they're killing it. That swimmer, and he doesn't. She, the transgender person doesn't think that there's anything wrong with the fact that now that they're dominating the women's side when they were mediocre as a male swimmer.
And to Scorekeeper, with your point about what you said about officials, take a look at the line. They have a women's offensive line coach. The 49ers also have a defensive line coach who's a female. So she runs that whole thing. And these are real women, in the football league. And then we've seen them almost every Sunday. There's at least 2 female referees in the NFL. So, people are like, well, that's why they're like, we need a transgender side. Well, my dream tonight, I applaud them if they want to create one. Go ahead. I just probably won't watch it. I don't know.
Fair enough. Very quickly, Double D responded. Chiefs, Eagles, Bills, and 49ers. So I'm going to update the Facebook page right now.
All home teams.
She did, huh? All home teams. Oh, sorry.
Also,
Okay. ahead, Dreem.
real quick, while we're on the topic, I just wanted to say I'm surprised that we don't have more female umpires and referees. I would love to see like 95 to 100 to 99% be female, because I guarantee you there would be no missed calls. They see everything. They see everything.
I was waiting quietly because I could hear it.
Me too.
And I'm like, okay, where's he gonna go with this one?
I mean, how many times have you asked your wife or your partner where something is, and it's right in front of your face, like, or one shelf down, it magically appears. Like it's impeccable how they see everything. Like I firmly believe that is a unique gender skill that we need to take advantage of.
I do, yeah. And by the way, Dreem. Tony says after tomorrow, the Cowgirls won't have to worry about their kicker.
That's a good
Love it.
Yeah, it was good. Tony's loving it. And here we go. My brother says, hold on. I picked the Bills, 49ers, and Eagles. Who else did you pick, Lewis? Jaguars and Chiefs. Who else did you pick? So let me know, because I'm updating it now. I've just updated Double D's. So you're going with the Bills. So I'm going to put Lewis and the Eagles and the 49ers. So I need to know between the Jaguars and the Chiefs, Lewis. Thank you. And Lewis, I'm sorry I didn't take your call yesterday. I was visiting with Maggie at the time, and I really couldn't take the call. That's why I texted you the response, but thank you. So, I hate the Chiefs, but they're going to take it. Well, are you going to go with the Chiefs, Lewis? Let me know.
Hey, you got me for the 49ers, right?
No, we put you down for the other team.
We did not.
Nope.
Okay, I put it up in the message board, but I didn't know if you saw it, so I just wanted to clarify.
No, didn't see that one, but thank you. I appreciate that. I got that one now, Dreem. And so I added you to the 49ers. Lewis is going for the 49ers, the Bills, the Eagles, which I did not put them on there, and then the Chiefs. So I believe I have everyone now. So I've updated the Facebook page. Folks, you help us out a lot when you update the Sports Talk with the Guys page with the like, meaning you looked at it and you confirmed it. It helps us out. So please I have to beg for the likes and the follows. So it's
I
good.
don't doubt that, Coffee.
Yeah, seriously.
Wow.
That's no
Um,
joke. Actually, I will tell you, I buy eggs regularly. The price on eggs and chickens because the avian flu are through the roof.
Yep.
So, like for a 5 dozen case of eggs last week, guess how much I had to pay for that? Take a wild guess. 5 dozen eggs.
Okay, hold on.
$150.
Okay, very good.
No,
Hold on.
not quite that bad.
$100.
It was like 80-ish. It was in the 80s.
There you go. Yeah.
And
Ah,
it was
I was going to say 79.
Oh, that's interesting. Almighty, what would you have said? Because I was screwed on that one. The yoke's on me because I was going to say about $49.50. So Speedy and Big Dog were closer on that one.
Boo. Boo.
All right. The point is, I was wrong.
Supposedly by mid to end of February, it should be getting better because that's when the new batch of chickens comes in.
They did kill like 75 million. Was that the number?
Last
Wow.
year, yes.
Something stupid.
And because
And-
it was a virus that went around. This happens, folks. It actually does happen, but never on this level.
A little over 2 million chickens and chicks were put down or euthanized just in the month of December.
Oh, Lewis. Oh, my God. You're funny. Forgive me. He says, if you go to Chino, which is just south of me, so it's that way, when my buddy Solomon Walters
I thought he
picked
said
me up-
China.
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Chino.
I was like,
Yeah,
yeah, but
it's
aren't they
Chino.
smaller?
Yeah, Aisha thought, okay, no, it not thought, but bird flu is the reason, yes. Over in Chino, just south of me, less than 5 miles, there are a lot of chicken farms or egg hatcheries, whatever. And we were going down the street, and I told Solomon, damn it, why didn't I tell you to turn left? Because the roads are blocked for almost a half a mile. People lined up to go to these farms.
Chicken farms.
Yeah. And they were lined up, folks. I wish I would have taken a video. There was at least the one that we passed to go and meet my buddy George for breakfast in the morning yesterday. It was about maybe 40 cars in line, guys. That's crazy. That's effing crazy. That's just one farm. The others were. So, yeah, Lewis, you're right about Chino. You have to go there. I'm not sure what the price is. They are cheaper, but they are making bank right now. There's no doubt about that.
Dream. Guess how much I paid for my eggs this week?
How much did you pay for your eggs, Speedy?
0. One of the one of the churches here in the area had an event, and they were like, "Oh well, we gave out all these other eggs. There's 2 extra. Do you want them? They're free." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, of course." So they're in my fridge. I'm gonna make some of them after the show. I'll probably do that. I'll probably leave the show a little early for that, and then probably around 10:30 or so, I'm gonna order so much pizza for today and take some for tomorrow with all the football going on.
I hear you, man. Yeah.
That would be Mountain Mike. I don't care what anybody said. Mountain Mike is better because, Little Caesars is just Little Caesars. It's nothing special.
Never heard of Mad Mike's. Sorry.
You're kidding.
Must be in Northern California. There's no Mad Mike's down here.
Scorekeeper, is that true?
I'm not gonna lie about that.
Oh, wow. Big Dog. We got a little blame in the ranks. Speedy.
It's just like the hat. The hat has the best chili cheese fries around.
Oh, you know what, folks?
Speedy?
Okay. Speedy, they are not down here. So that's why. So it's all good. My brother, my brother worked at this place in East Los Angeles called Pizza Land. Folks, this was a mom and pop joint on Whittier Boulevard. They were ahead of the game. They offered pizza, every flavor, all you can design, whatever. But they offered chicken. They offered shrimp, lasagna. They had it all. But the dad passed away and the business took a dump. But yeah. Oh, Aisha.
Bye, Isha.
Hi, Aisha. Thank you.
Yeah, Aisha. Thank you. Thank
Say
you.
hi to
Thank
your
you. Thank you for
mom.
spending time with us. Yes. Yeah. Now, Aisha,
Give a
thank
high
you for
five to
joining
the
us.
king.
Yeah. And she even talks to him because I don't know if she cares for him, but she does care for the one that just passed
Don't
away.
pull his ears too hard. They're big enough as it is.
Ooh. Yeah. Coffee, that was funny. Hard to find anything that smells worse than a chicken farm. That's why I was laughing. So, folks, for me to finish up the whole transgender thing, I need you to understand that we're talking about this specifically from a sports perspective. That's it. We're not passing judgment on a woman becoming a man or a man becoming a woman. We didn't even talk about that. So do not take our views to be insensitive on why people do that. Whether it's a choice or medically necessary or because you feel that you should be. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about sports. And we're going to
Medically
leave that.
necessary.
Good dog. You know I'm not making that up.
And that was Scorekeepers. This is not financial advice. I am not your
Yes.
financial
Thank
I
you,
was gonna
Dreem.
say that.
Yes.
But you're 100% right. You know, we do support everybody. We are very equal opportunity. As far as
we
the
make
love
fun.
goes, you know,
We
like
make fun of everybody.
Well,
every
except when
human
it comes to
being-
the Steelers.
except when it comes to the Steelers and the Seahawks.
Yeah.
And the Celtics.
And the Celtics. Yes. Everybody deserves respect. Everybody deserves love. Everybody deserves to be treated like a human freaking being. So take that, put that in your smoke and pipe it.
We know what you meant, even though it was all backwards. But
Well said, Dreem. Well said. I like that. That's good, buddy.
It's all about putting the emphasis on the right syllable.
Oh,
I don't.
Exactly.
I miss you, Dreem. I miss you. Dream's like, yeah, you could have been here in November, dick. So cut that out. Oh, my brother says he
wasn't gonna
does miss
say
the
it.
barbecue chicken, and you're right, Lewis. Pizza Land was really cool. Coffee says my previous job, I wouldn't even go outside for breaks in the summer time because it was next to a chicken farm, and all you could smell outside was that. Dude. Yeah.
Try being in a just about 2 miles south of a slaughterhouse in the summertime when the wind blows your way. That was Brawley, California, or is Brawley, California.
Yeah, I don't want to.
I hated working that damn Rite Aid down there. Every time we had to, and for whatever reason, every time we had to remodel it, the damn idiots at corporate always send us during the summertime.
It's summertime. We're gonna remodel again.
And they didn't like the big dog. That's why he always had to go.
Yeah, pretty much. They had a very cruel sense of humor. They would send us to the mountains or wherever it snowed in the wintertime, and they would send us to the deserts areas in the summertime.
Bastards they be, huh, big dog?
Yep. Bastard.
Like, big dog, get out of here. Hit the road.
Huh?
They'd be like,
Hey,
big dog, hit the road.
I didn't mind if they wanted to send me. That's how I visited North Carolina, South Carolina, Massachusetts, 3 trips to New York, 2 trips to New Jersey, and they paid for it all. You know, Utah, Colorado. You know, if they want to pay for it, I'll go. I have no problem with that. I knew I was good at my job, so I knew I was going to get it done. So if they want to, they pay for my car, they pay for my food, my hotel, and my flight. No problem.
And you didn't even bother to check out any indie wrestling shows in the state, did you?
Oh, stop it. Here come the accusations.
Actually, no, I'll answer that one. Actually, at that time, I wasn't into indie wrestling. I hadn't really discovered
Dreem.
indie wrestling yet. So No, what my thing was is, of course, I'm a comic book collector. My whole thing was when I would go to these little obscure towns, I didn't consider them a real town unless they had a mall and a comic book store.
Exactly.
If they didn't have both of those, then I was like, oh, this isn't a real town. It's just,
Well, back
they just slapped the
before
name.
there were cell phones and you'd go on vacation,
Exactly.
first thing you do, you grab those yellow pages and you
Yep.
start looking. That was your
That's
mission.
exactly what. That's exactly.
And it
what I
might
did.
drive
So
your
that-
wife and kids crazy, but that's the mission.
I like that. That's the mission.
When I would travel to wherever I was traveling, as soon as I would go to the hotel room, I'd grab the phone book out of the dress, out of the side thing, and I'd look it up right away. It'd be all comic book stores. Oh, okay, there's one here. Okay, I'll check it out later.
Yep.
Of course, now when you go to a hotel and everything's all nicely laminated for you, so you can call information. Or we can do room service and we'll charge you extra for that.
Call what?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Oh,
Call
man.
what?
That the
Room
stuff
service.
is laminated
Room
and all
service.
there for you.
No, call. What's this information thing?
Room
I
service.
don't get it.
Oh,
I don't understand.
You don't get it. You obviously don't stay in hotels a lot, do you, Almighty?
Here's your information. Right here. No, I'm just saying information. Well, wasn't that what whatever the number was for that? 411?
Yeah.
That?
Yeah, they used to be 401.
Does that even still work anymore? I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm just kidding you, Speedy. I know what you mean, but it just seems like one of those old school terms that if you said
I
it to a Gen
still
Zero,
remember-
if you said it to a Gen Zero, you're like, what? What the
Yeah,
fuck
I still remember calling the number. I still remember when they would tell you what the time is in California. I'd call it.
8531212.
No, ours were in Northern California, it was 7545. And they would be like, at the tone, the daylight, the time is now, blah, 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 blah. And they would tell you, like right now, it's 9:04 a.m. Now, I don't think that number exists anymore either for Northern California.
That one did shut down within the last 10, 15 years.
You're
I
right.
don't know about 411. I think that one still exists. Oh, 555-1212. Yeah, that's information. Remember, it was 411 in your area code. And if you dialed the other area code, you have to dial 555-1212. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's how old you are.
So
and
is that where they got the idea to put area code and then the number first and then the area code and then you dial the actual number? Is that where they got that idea from? Because it's what?
No, they got
They ran out of numbers.
because they ran out of numbers. They had to put a different area code in front of it because they ran out of
Yeah, 'cause
numbers,
I didn't-
license plates.
Yeah, I got a text message from Metro yesterday saying that another area somewhere up north and going to be adding an area code on top of their area code.
Oh,
Like,
the
well,
overlays? Yeah.
yeah. I'm like, I don't know.
Actually, what happened, folks, the way it used to be is there were the neighborhood exchanges where the operator was in that town and they would handle all the calls for everything. And it was generally started with the first two numbers of your whatever. You used to say, and if you look at I Love Lucy, remember? That's the way it used to work, folks. She would call the operator and say, would you connect me to Bronx 1265? Now, Bronx, and I'm wrong. Oh, here's one for us. Montebello 1265. Well, Montebello eventually became 726 or 72. That was the Montebello area because I know it's right. It used to be my neighborhood. That Montebello used to be known as 72 when they stopped calling it Montebello. So everyone had a phone number, but the operators were replaced by area codes. And that's how it happened. You used to call the neighborhood, and then they established the area codes, which is kind of cool. And now they have and the reason why all area codes were either a 1 or a 0 was because that's the way the computers were programmed.
Yeah.
And then there was a big hoopla when they started adding the middle number as being something other than a 1 or a 0. A lot of phones and a lot of computers couldn't handle it. That was the first Y2K.
Hey, Scorekeeper. Scorekeeper.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Monterey Park didn't want 818?
Yes.
You remember that hoopla there?
Yes. Yep, I do remember that. She lived on that Eagle Rock. It was 818. Yeah. Well, all of LA County was 213. And then North County became 805. And that was it for a long time. And then 818 came in, which was the northern part of LA County, which it was so funny. But anyway, it's all good, folks. A lot of stuff. We're having flashbacks, and it is what it is. So this Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. That's Almighty. That's the Big Dog. That's Speedy. I'm the Scorekeeper. We just lost Dreem. He's at his work location now. We have about an hour left in our Saturday morning program. I want to welcome everyone who's been joining us for the picks. Grandangelo, Aisha, Tony, Engineer, everyone else, Double D, and everyone is Roz. Everyone has given us their picks. And the Coffee, of course. Thank you. Sorry, Coffee. But I wasn't blowing you off, brother. But we know you're always in there. So we do appreciate it. We're going to get to our next hour in the program. Big Dog, is there a particular story you want to get to?
Well, I know Speedy has wrestling, so I'll wait for the wrestling stuff that I know. I just wanted to talk about real quick. Yesterday there was a little bit of a possible almost fight at the Laker game yesterday because John Morant's dad and oh shit, I can't think of his name now. He's on with Skip Bayless. Help me out, guys. Who's opposite Skip Bayless on his show?
Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
No,
Used to
that's
be.
ESPN.
That
Used
to be. Now, I'm talking about now, the ex-football player.
Oh gosh, yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Sharp.
I-
Not sharp.
My nephew was talking about that last
I
night too.
know. I haven't. I haven't pictured. I know who you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Dog.
He was
It's
like,
Sharp.
yeah,
It's Shannon Sharp, right?
Yeah, Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I
So
was right
him and
on
Shannon
one.
Sharp got into a shouting match
Oh,
during the game on the sidelines, and they actually had to stop the game and get security in there because all of a sudden they were squaring off, and the players actually came running over, coaches, security. There was about 20, 25 people separating these guys, and they were jawing. And Shannon Sharp, I mean, he was not backing down one bit. And they kept pushing the John Morant's dad. He's the one that got, I believe, taken out of the arena because I thought it was Shannon Sharp because he kind of disappeared out of the camera. But then they showed him being taken by security, going back to his seat. And John Morant's dad was kind of being escorted the opposite way, which is where the tunnelway was. So I think they escorted his dad probably to one of the suites or kicked him out. But yeah, they got into it. They got into it really big. That's the first time I think I'd actually seen it where they had to stop the game because of a sideline almost fight. You know, especially with two big names, because well, John Morant's dad's not a big name; it's just John Morant's dad. But Shannon Sharp, I mean, he looked like he was ready to go.
you know, folks, Shannon Sharp. I would not want to face up against him, you know, as a defensive guy. But I've never known Shannon Sharp to be a dick. I've never known him to have that attitude. And
so it makes me wonder what John Morant's dad was saying. Yeah.
Wow. Shannon Sharp.
Well, he probably
He's
wasn't
actually a
until
cool
he started
guy,
hanging out
but-
with Bayless.
Yeah.
God, that guy made Jesus. He make
Oh.
anybody want to be a dick hanging around with Skip. I don't even know how. Well, never mind. I'm not going to go into that. He's not my favorite person.
No.
Well, I don't think he's Raymond's favorite. Didn't he do a couple of shows by himself where he tried to apologize? Like, well, my co-host left, and I don't think he's coming back, and blah blah blah. And I apologize.
Yeah, I think I saw something about. Yeah, you're right,
Yeah.
Speedy. You're the man on that one. Way to pack that Speedo.
Thank you. Yeah, they got into an argument on the air about, you know, DeMar Hamlin, and Kid Bailey said some stuff that was really unnerving, and people were like, "Why did you say that?" And then
He's a
it took a few days, and he's like, "Well, my co-host is not here, and I don't think he's coming back. But I apologize for my comments about DeMar Hamlin. That should have never been said, and that's not what I meant. What I meant was," and I went, "Oh, here we go. I'm not going to hear this."
He tried for what, days? Well, I don't know. It doesn't
Yeah, something like that.
But for me, I just don't. I always skip, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like skip, go to the next song. That song will be better anyways.
I'm surprised he's still on air, but I haven't talked to anyone yet that likes the guy, so maybe, I don't know. That's just me. But anyway, I haven't liked that guy for years because he doesn't know what he's talking about, and I think he just throws shit out there just to start shit. I think that's become part of his MO, and like you said, like Matt Hamlin. I mean, I'm just saying that, he just does it for ratings or whatever, and no one calls him on it, so he just continues. And
Yep.
Shannon Sharp's going to punch him out one of these times. Then he shut his mouth.
Coffee says there are people who like Stephen A. Smith. Why? Folks, when Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless were doing their program, what made their program popular, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, was that they had two views, and they were almost always not confrontational, but their takes were good, but they had two differing views, which made them run for a long time. It was good. They were a bit confrontational from time to time, but they never disliked each other, looked like. But
From what I can tell, Stephen A. Smith had some kind of a fan base before going in, because he's a reporter, and he covers stuff for a long time. Base. But from as far as I know, Bayless doesn't have one. I don't know. I mean, I'm not one. I mean,
I'm not.
I don't even think white guys want to claim him. So I mean, it's one of those things.
That's funny.
Well, I also know that we started. You said earlier that you started the show late, right? Did you say that you started the show late?
Yeah, about 2 or 3 minutes late today. Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you covered it, and I didn't really catch the whole article. It came up on my phone briefly yesterday when I was going to Newark, heading out for the show. Yardbarker said something that caught my attention really quickly, and my phone wouldn't let me grab the article because my new phone, the screen, shuts off really quickly, and then I gotta, open it back up with my code. But it said that the new Mets owner swore that he would recklessly spend all his money, according to that pitcher, Carvona or something, whatever his last name is, and now he won't do it or something like that, even though he's the new owner of the Mets.
Okay, that's cool. Someone had nothing to write on that. Okay, I've never known a billionaire to say, other than Elon Musk, I'm going to recklessly spend money. That they're making that up. You're never going to have Cohen admit it. And in his opinion, he's not recklessly spending. He's trying to make the Mets a winner.
I disagree. He's recklessly spending his money because he bought the Mets.
Well, yeah. In that, yes, I 100%. Yeah, but it's very good, Big Dog. Fuck it. I'm not going to bother to clarify it. I said what I said, and it's there. Guys, there are times to just shut the fuck up, and that's one of them. So, now, hold on, Big Dog. I don't think you saw this. You were looking down when Coffee posted this. Stephen A. Smith is the Angel Hernandez of commentary.
Oh, God. Why'd you have to do that, Coffee? Why'd you have to bring that up?
I would say Skip Bayless is.
Skip Bayless.
I think he's worse than Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith is at least intelligent. When he wants to, can actually form
You're coming
a
in
good
and out.
conversation. I know. No, I said Stephen A. Smith is somewhat intelligent.
Oh. Okay.
And I mean, we've seen him before fame went to his head. He was actually a very good reporter. I never remember Skip Bayless being a good reporter. Period.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Stephen is a troll. Stephen A. Smith is a moron. Doesn't realize he's a moron.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not prepared to argue that.
Stephen A. Smith is a caricature of himself now.
Yeah. Ooh, big dog.
I thought you like that one.
Oh, the inside source liked that one.
Their dog's like, yeah.
Actually, someone in the family called him, so it's all good. Almighty, do you have a story you want to get to?
Maybe an old one. But did you guys discuss about
Probably
the
not.
coin toss and
No.
the neutral site for the championship game and the
Not really.
and the rule change for that? Even though there's already a rule in place to take care of that.
It doesn't involve the tuck rule, does it?
No.
The rule is it goes by the percentage. It doesn't. So this rule that they made in toward the end of the season, in season, yeah. is a dangerous precedent, and it wasn't called for because there's already a rule for it. You go by the percentages. That's the winning percentage, you know. So the missed game is already covered, but but my thing is like instead of waiting until after the season to change it, they did it. 2-3 days after, and then you couldn't make the think. Well, you know, it's a extraordinary circumstance.
Yeah, that's what
would take any. Well, what else would it be to cancel an NFL game, whether it be an injury or a storm? But the rule is clear, and then they make a new one in season toward the playoffs again, which is going to. So anyway, I didn't know if you discussed it or not. I didn't agree with it.
You did not.
I did not agree with it, how it was handled, since it was already a rule. And anyway, that was my thinking. Since it's already a rule, why do it? And if you want to address it, wait till after the season. And now it's an unfair advantage to the Bengals, who, if they make it that far, may have to go on the. I mean, there's already been a site chosen, right? Atlanta. They're going to play in Atlanta, right?
Yes.
This championship game. It's going to be played in Atlanta.
Thank you, Coffee. That's something that me and Scorekeeper were talking about a few weeks ago.
Yes, and we can comment on that one in a moment. Almighty, I appreciate that, and I'm a rules guy. I always have been, and it didn't dawn on me about the dangerous precedent. I get that, and you're right. It is the NFL when it comes to playoff qualifications, and so, dude, there's it's amazing how they determine who will qualify for a playoff and everything. The rules were already in place, and now the entire league got together. They voted for it, and they made the change in league.
Well, except for the Bengals.
Well, yeah.
But I'm just saying. I mean, how's that fair to anybody? I mean,
it's not fair.
I'm just saying that it just didn't. Anyway, I know it's a couple of weeks past due, and there's nothing you can do about it. But it's just like, why stop here now? I mean, why stop with that? What about next year if something happens? Someone stubs their toe and has to miss a game, and they think, well, we better cancel this game and move on from that. Or I don't know. That's being stupid. But I'm just saying, what else can happen now? I mean, things are supposed to be set in stone, and yet, I mean, I don't know. To me, it's like it didn't make any sense. I can see if there was nothing in place and they had to already have to do something, but I mean, you can tell there's percentages when you look back at the beginning of the league when some teams played one game and some played 12. I mean, they went by the percentage. If you're 1-0, well, guess where you're at? You're at 1,000%. That's where you are, you know. But anyway, I didn't know if you guys had any opinion on that or not. I mean, it bugged me because I just didn't see the purpose of it.
I hear you. You heard my opinion. Big Dog, did you want to comment on that? How they changed the playoff rules 3 days after the incident in the Bills-Bengals game?
But did they change the playoff rule? I thought it was under consideration.
That's why it's a neutral
having
site.
Okay, let me clarify that, Big Dog. It was done during the season, and they made an immediate decision that any games, if there were playoff implications, games would be played at neutral sites. They did it 3 days after the heart attack. That's the thing, and I don't know if you caught. You may have been away for a moment when Almighty said it does set a dangerous precedent. We're talking sports leagues. I think dangerous is a bit.
I don't know if I don't know what you missed, Big Dog, but there's already a rule that says that you go by percentages. If the game is canceled, and then you go by the percentages. Huh?
That's what I thought they did, though. That's what I thought.
Why are they playing on a neutral site? They're playing on a neutral site next week.
Yeah.
They're going to be playing in Atlanta.
Next week or
the championship
tomorrow?
Game is going to be played at a neutral site.
If they qualify, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know because they're all buying tickets. Kansas City, the Bills, the Bungles, they're already buying tickets to Atlanta.
Okay, all right.
Because Indianapolis couldn't do it because they have a convention, some kind of cow convention or something. I don't know, some kind of farmland thing. I don't know what it is. I forget. But they don't have the hotel room for it, so Atlanta's going to do it. And I guess Jerry thinks the Cowboys will be there, so they don't want to take up the field for that. But usually these things are usually saved for Dallas, right? But anyway, to me, it just didn't sit well because there's already things in place, and it's like, anyway, never mind. I just didn't know if you had any thoughts on it, and it didn't seem fair to any of the teams.
Well, I remember them talking about the game being played on a neutral site if they were going to play against each other to make up the game, but I didn't think it should matter where they play in a championship game because. Like you
from
said,
what I understand, it's already booked for Atlanta. As far as I think they're all selling tickets.
I agree with you. Then that it's not right. I remember the game was going to be the makeup game was going to be in Atlanta for the makeup game, which never happened. So that's why I didn't think there was anything more done. I didn't realize that the championship game was being played in Atlanta. On a neutral site.
That's why Mixon did that coin toss thing because that was for the Bengals. I mean, them playing the Ravens too to see the home field thing. Since the Bengals happened to go ahead of the Ravens because of the missed game. Well, too bad. That's but anyway, I'm just what I mean. And it didn't matter. The Ravens still lost, so I guess. But anyway, I just didn't. My thing is that it was an in-season rule change, and it didn't need to be made because there's already things in place for it. As simple as it is. It's just this little rule says you go by the winning percentage. So anyway, I didn't know if you had any thoughts on it. If not, that's fine. Let's move on to butt kicking in the ring.
I agree with you that it shouldn't be done. It should just be on percentages. Whoever has the best percentage, that's where the game's going to be played. There should be no reason for a neutral site in the playoffs.
But
I agree with that as well. Yeah, that shouldn't even be a thing.
Yeah, and again, I thought it was for the replacement game too.
Yeah,
but I guess.
Well, yeah, because you're not gonna want to restart that game at the scene of the accident. I mean, that would be terrible to have all the fans come back for that. But luckily, they just said, "Well, cancel it instead of going through with it," because it would have screwed everything up anyway. How are you going to play that game?
Thanks, Jay.
Without messing up, without messing up the whole playoff system. So the game needed to be canceled, and they did the right thing. And now, after that, was the aftermath. Well, I'm not going to keep harping on it, but I just didn't think it was anyway. Well,
now, did the fans get their money back?
For what? Oh, really? Since when does that happen?
They didn't, huh? Really? They did not get their
money back? I don't know. I didn't go that. I didn't hear anything about it. That was probably, I guess, in the scheme of things, that was probably the least of anybody's worries was refunds. Maybe there were refunds issued, but I doubt it because most of them would have been season ticket holders anyway, right? Some of them would have been. I don't know.
Some of them, yeah.
Maybe I'll look into it and see what I can find out for the next show. But I didn't even think about that, let alone any other thing going on.
Well, once again, Scorekeeper thought of it, and also Scorekeeper would have been the dumbass. At 8 minutes and 53 seconds, the guy's lying out flat, and I'm like, shit, our luck. That would be Scorekeeper, the dumbass that he is.
That's a good question, though.
Say,
that is kind of a good question. I didn't even think about refunds and all that kind of stuff.
Jay is with you on that. Should NFL rule changes happen at the end of the season? Yep, he's with you.
Yeah.
All right.
I have
enough.
an article about what he's talking about. It says more than 50,000 seats were sold in the first 24 hours for the potential AFC Championship game in Atlanta. Season ticket holders for the Buffalo Bills and the Chiefs will be given priority access to tickets if the January 29th game is played at Mercedes-Benz. The league revamped its playoff system after blah, 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 and there wasn't enough time to make it up. The Bills could have claimed home field throughout the AFC with the win over the Bengals, but instead Buffalo played one less game and finished a half game behind top-seeded Kansas City, prompting the league to decide that a neutral site would be used if both teams advanced to the conference championship. Atlanta's 75,000-seat retractable roof stadium was chosen at the site. If either Kansas City or Buffalo loses this weekend in the divisional round, then the AFC Championship game will be played at the higher-seeded team. That's if either one of them loses. It says the plan, this one's interesting. The plan is it's like a high school thing. The plan for the game is Atlanta puts the Bills on one side of the stadium and the Chiefs fans on the other side of the stadium.
Wow. We'll see how that'll work.
So each side have cheerleaders now too?
It says if any tickets remain on Monday for the playoff game in Atlanta, they will go on sale to the general public. So the Chiefs and the Bills, I guess, guys that had playoff tickets already were given preferential ticketing privileges first.
Wow.
But that's just that's the thing. It just happened that during the same. Well, I think it happened that Thursday because they kept.
Mm-hmm.
They were getting close to. They were still trying to decide if the game was going to be remade or blah blah blah. They're going to play it at all. And then all of a sudden they did this, and the week later they made this right here. And before it was Atlanta, it was supposed to. They tried to get it into Indianapolis and the Hoosier Dome, which probably would have been more in the middle of the teams that are in the playoffs.
So he's like, "Oh my God!" And now I'm here with coffee said.
To me, it's not fair because there's a lot of people in Kansas City and in Buffalo that can't travel. You know, they can't travel. You know, they go see their home team because they're there. You know, some people can't travel, 7 hours or take a flight or have to pay for the hotel and all that other stuff to go see their team play, when if they would have followed the rules like they should have and played by percentages, they would be able to go to the home team and they'd only be, less than an hour away from the stadium. So this is a disadvantage to the fans, not only to the team. And I don't think the Chiefs should be penalized either because they played their 17 games. It's the Bills that they're the ones that should have been, have to jump through hoops for, because as of right now, the Chiefs had the better record percentage wise, and they could have went
they
down
have the
line.
number one seed, so I don't even know why they can't play in Kansas City. I don't get that at all because the percentages, like you said, Big Dog, are in the Chiefs. They hit the bye week, so we know that they had the number one seed. So why can't we go to Kansas City no matter who wins?
If anything, they could have said, okay, what if? Because it's the game that Scorekeeper just loves, the what if game. What if the Bills would have won that game? Then they would have had the same record as the Chiefs. And then from there, you go through all the other contingency plans. And if the Chiefs come up ahead on all those contingency plans, they should have home field. So they could have taken the thinking of, okay, let's say the Bills won this game. Okay, then what would have happened? Who actually would have been the number 1 seed? If they would, and it still would have been the Chiefs all the way down. Then I would have just said, wouldn't have mattered if you guys won or not. The Chiefs still would have had home field. Take it.
Well, I think the thing at the time was still the Bengals still had a chance to be that number 1 seed.
True.
If they would have beat the Bills.
True.
I mean, that's what we mean. They were trying anyway. It's a mess. I mean, what they did isn't fair to anyone. And still, like I think you mentioned, why couldn't he just stay in Kansas City since they would host it no matter who won that game?
Yeah, exactly. But
that just punishes the Kansas City fans.
We think logically, so that's why the NFL
that's something we shouldn't do.
Well, very, very quickly, I just have to say that it also came up on my phone yesterday that a Dallas Cowboy player, this is good news for Big Dog, has apparently been arrested and already put in prison. I don't know what that's about. And I couldn't do it anyway because, you can't do the text and drive thing anymore, so I didn't click on the story.
So is it a current player or what?
I don't know.
You can't come with partial. Come on.
I know.
You make me happy. You make me happy, and then you just pull the rug out from under me.
I don't.
I just told you why. I was driving at the time when my phone went bing.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough.
Well, that could be any. That sounds like a par for the course for any Cowboys player, anyway.
Oh.
None of us said it. It was almighty, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on. Yeah. I think I got it. Hold on. Let me see.
Nate Newton.
This thing is dated.
There's Nate Newton.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
Yeah.
13 pounds of marijuana that he was bringing across the border.
Oh.
Probably taking it to Atlanta for the championship game. I don't know.
Oh, you're gonna love this. Yes, he was found. Now, I don't smoke marijuana at all, but I know it is very light in weight. Mr. Newton was stopped by Louisiana police and found to have 213 pounds.
Right.
Gee.
That is a crap load. I mean, that is like the entire car filled with her.
Oh, so it was in Louisiana, so he was delivering it to Dreem. Okay, now I get it.
Oh, that's what Dreem was
on
doing.
Behalf of NBB Media, on behalf of NBB Media, we have no further comment on the relationship of Dreem and Newton. So,
yeah.
That's all. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's...
So does it say anything else? Because when I came up on my phone, it said, he's already been sentenced. I was like, how can he, unless they got a quick judge in there and the judge, who are you? Probably. It was probably a judge that doesn't like the Cowboys and was like, you're sentenced. Court adjourned.
Well, Sam Williams was arrested too for a car. He was in a car accident. That was on January 11th. Break-in arrest warrant issued for Dallas Cowboys player, according to a report from
Samuel Williams. Yeah.
TMZ. An arrest warrant has been issued for Cowboys rookie Sam Williams. The warrant stems from a car accident. He was. Let me click for more shit.
Way to go, pendejo.
Yeah. Involved in just a few weeks ago. Cowboys rookie warrant accident.
Yeah,
He was in a couple.
I got the tweet on that one. It says a misdemeanor warrant has been issued for Samuel Williams for reckless driving.
Hey, you're starting to sound like me now.
Information about the warrant will not be public until after the warrant has been served and or arrested. At this time, there is no plan to find and arrest him for the misdemeanor warrant. Williams has been contacted to turn himself in, and his bond will be set at the arraignment by the judge. This was January 11th at 10:22 a.m.
If that it took place December 22nd when he crashed his Corvette into another vehicle. Thankfully, neither driver was seriously injured in the accident. Williams' status on Monday's game against the Buccaneers, well, that's old, is obviously in doubt. And I guess but anyway, I guess they didn't need him. But anyway, but also there's Nate and then there's this guy. So is there two cowboys running around getting arrested? I don't know. Like I said, it's far.
Jay says, when he go on to Santa Clarita and will he play? I don't know, Jay. That's one of those what if.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he was on his way to Berkeley.
Yeah.
What would that be? LSD? I was gonna say LDS though. Almighty.
But you didn't do it, and now
No,
you got
I
to be
didn't.
penalized. Now you got to be thrown out the airlock or beamed into outer space.
I almost got my Star Trek 4 reference in there.
You know what's funny about that is you saying that. My nephew had to show me his room before I left. It is nothing but Star Wars and Pokemon. I'm like, what did you bring me in here? He's like,
Pokemon.
Star Wars is cool. Pokemon is cool.
I thought you were going to say he's going to show you his stash of LDS.
Pokemon.
Yeah, he liked Pokemon, and he got a messed up Star Trek ship that kind of got ruined somehow.
What happened? How can that happen?
Next time I go there, I'll take a picture and immediately tag you in a Scorekeeper.
Scorekeeper, why did you start getting into Pokemon?
You don't go crashing your starship.
I don't know how that happened, but
No, I'm not into Pokemon.
I know that's why he was like Pokemon. There's no Pokemon in there.
No, he has Pokemon cards.
His nephew.
I thought you were talking about Scorekeeper.
No. Oh, Jay, Pokemon, gotta have them all. Pokemon was cool. Oh my God, Speedy and Jay.
Actually, Pokemon right now, if you have the original cards from the Pokemon set,
By the way,
those are worth thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Huge cash.
I never played
cash
Pokemon
prize
myself, but I know something called the Black Lotus. If you have that and it's graded at like a 9.8, 9.9, or 10, that thing is worth like $70,000-$80,000 by itself.
Wow.
Or
That's
more.
crazy.
Yeah.
Golfing said that Nate needs to move.
Yeah.
5 pounds in your house? Really?
Yeah.
Damn, that's a lot.
That's a distribution center.
No kidding.
You'll be allowed to go into business for yourself in Minnesota. I guess I'll be going there next.
Well, as Big Dog made clear, think about that. It's marijuana, 5 pounds. I mean, Jesus. I mean, what's 1 pound? It's unreal. So
but
when he
5
said he had a
pounds?
crap load,
Jeez.
yeah, that's crazy. Do you guys have any other comment or any stories? Otherwise, we got to get to some wrestling stuff because I believe Speedy does have some material for us.
That's one thing I had to bring up this time. I mean, there's been lots of moves going on, but this stuff can wait till after the playoffs and all. Maybe in between the championship and the Souped Up Bowl, but there's just too much crap going on.
I got that.
There's just too much stuff going on that, the coaching things haven't worked that on and blah, blah, blah. Go ahead, Speedy. It's your
Okay, Speedy. Forgive me, Speedy. Hold on. Are we going to do a professional?
What was that? Your voice went away.
What? Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, laryngitis.
Are we going to do yeah, I am losing my voice. Are we going to do a professionals this week?
What subject?
There.
We're gonna do Almighty. Okay.
Oh, man.
All
Just
right,
bring your Vaseline.
Monday,
And
6 p.m.
When?
Monday.
He said,
Okay.
I think he
Monday.
said Monday at 6 p.m.
Monday, 6
Yeah.
p.m.
that sounds good.
And
I
we're gonna
like
do
it.
Almighty. Okay.
Yeah.
No, Jay. No, I agree with Almighty. We'll let things simmer down with the NFL, and then we'll talk about that later.
But real quick, fuck no. So
It's a good one.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah. But last night my nephew didn't understand why we were opening the show the way that we did because my good friend Sledge, he was the one that had wrestled Jay many times in ROH. And he's like, someone died? I was like, shh, have respect. And I had to explain to him later on when I got him home who Jay Briscoe was and showed him a picture, and he's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, I watched him for years. The boys, as they're called, very, very terrible what happened on Tuesday. Big Dog, what did you feel on Tuesday when you found out about the news?
I was shocked, and for those people that don't know, because Speedy really didn't give an explanation. Jay Briscoe, who is probably one of the greatest tag team wrestlers not to make it to the WWE. Him and his brother, they were brothers in real life.
Sorry.
Jay Briscoe died tragically in an automobile accident. He was only 38 years old. Happened on Tuesday. It was on a road, two-way highway. And the information that was finally given out probably Thursday, maybe early Friday, was that a female driver, he was driving his Silverado pickup truck with his two daughters in the back, or two daughters in the truck. I'm assuming they were in the back. Maybe they were right by it. I have no idea. That part they didn't say. But the other female coming from the opposite way was also driving a Silverado, and for whatever reason crossed over the center line, excuse me, and hit him head on. Unfortunately, Jay Briscoe was not wearing his seatbelt. So he died. Not sure if it was at the hospital or if he died at the scene. The other driver, the female, she was only 27 years old. She also died in the crash. His two daughters, 12 and 9, are in critical condition, and I do have an update. That's what I was looking at when I was looking down. I knew we were going to talk about this. So his eldest daughter was unable to feel anything from the waist down upon arriving at the hospital, since she was diagnosed with an L2 dislocation and an L3 and L4 fracture in her back with compression on her spinal cord. She was transported to another hospital for emergency surgery early Wednesday morning, which went well. She has regained sensation in her thighs, and on Thursday had tingling in her feet and on and off. Overall, her condition was described as a waiting game. The younger girl, I believe was 7, underwent surgery for an open tibia and fibula fracture and now has external fixation devices over pins in her leg. She also had a second operation after the medical team discovered she had a perforated bowel, a C7 break in her neck, and an L3 and L4 fracture in her back, and also a broken rib. Were all being treated as non-surgically with braces and other stabilizing devices. Both are said to be in a lot of pain. The physical kind is being managed medicinally right now, and they're hoping that they get a good night's sleep. I watched Jay and his brother wrestle. Their personas were that hillbillies, and they did it very well. But they were one hell of a tag team. They were technically sound. They were great on the mic. They performed well in the ring. I mean, they were a fun. You knew that when you saw them, it was going to be a good match. Who they wrestled. And they were old school type guys where, you know, they busted each other open. They were bleeding. They were this, they were that. Jay also had a run as the ROH, which is Ring of Honor, world champion. He had a couple of runs, I believe. Was a very good world champion. Held the belt very well. This is just a tragedy, guys. You know, head-on collision, can't be helped. But the thing about not wearing the seatbelt, don't know if it would have made a difference or not. But the fact that he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, you know, driving down, however fast he was going, it has not been said how fast either one was traveling. But still, a head-on collision with no seatbelt in a pickup truck, you know, those don't add up very well at all. And I was trying to remember because I did see an ROH show years ago, about 5 or 6 years ago. I went to Vegas. They came out of Vegas. ROH at the time, and still actually, don't come out to the West Coast. Vegas was as far as they came west. They're a Midwest to an East Coast company and hold all their pay-per-views and shows and stuff usually in the Midwest. So, but a lot of good wrestlers, a lot of WWE wrestlers, a lot of AEW wrestlers all knew the Briscoes. Because the Briscoes, you know, did a lot of indie wrestling. So they knew each other from that. And a lot of the guys that are in WWE and ROH, Seth Rollins, Bryan Danielson, God, there's so many guys, went through ROH to get to where they're at now. So they all knew each other. And the Briscoes had been in ROH from the very beginning, which was the early 2000s. So, you know, they were one of the mainstays. And this is a major, major loss because they just won the title just a few weeks ago. They're very popular in Japan. So I can imagine, I don't know if they've done it yet, but I can just imagine what they're going to be doing to honor Jay Briscoe in Japan. Usually it's extremely respectful, very heartfelt. And of course, in local places, I didn't see what AEW has done. I'll probably watch it on because I have it on DVR. Usually they do the 10 rings, 10 bell salute, kind of like a 10 gun salute, except they ring the bell 10 times, and all the roster comes out onto the main platform. I was very angry at WWE. I don't know if you feel the same way, Speedy, but in between the guys coming into the match, the guys that were already there, and as the other ones were walking down, Speedy's favorite announcer, Michael Cole, said, "Oh, also we want to give condolences to the fans and family of Jay Briscoe, who died tragically just the other day." And such coming down the ramp. I mean, that was their only acknowledgement of him. I know he didn't wrestle for them, but this guy was one of those guys that you said he needs to be in WWE or he needs to be in AEW. These guys need to be on television in a worldwide audience. And they just never got the chance. They were very they wanted to stay with ROH because that's where they found it, that's where they made their fame. And they weren't in it for the money, for the millions of dollars. They loved wrestling. And they made a very good living. Yeah, they made a very good living. I'm not going to lie. They probably were millionaires. But they weren't in it for that and probably didn't want to get into all the politics that you have to get to when you get to WWE and, the whole Vince McMahon and all the shit that he pulls. So, that has kept a lot of wrestlers away from WWE. But these guys should have been on a national platform somewhere, and the world's going to be worse. The wrestling world's going to be worse off without Jay Briscoe. The guy was great. The guy was awesome.
Well, the whole thing started too on Tuesday on NXT because there were plans to have the New Day and the other tag team, or the NXT Tag Team Champions. They were supposed to come out, and the New Day. I'm sure for those of you that follow NXT, you know that the New Day dressed in all black and had black ties is because they were going to do an angle and tell the world, well, we're the New Day, and the other tag team, you see those tactics up there, they're dead. Just like their tag titles are going to be. But once this news came out, it was HBK who shut that down and was like, no, we're not doing that angle. We're not doing the funeral segment at all. But New Day, for whatever reason, still wanted to wear the black ties and everything as a tribute. AEW, Big Dog, you probably will be kind of disappointed, kind of not, but it was a good show.
Mm-hmm.
Because they had originally asked the network, can we transpose this to an ROH tribute show? And AOL Time Warner said, no, we're not doing that. You are not doing an ROH tribute show. Absolutely not.
Really?
They wouldn't let them do it. That's why it was a regular AEW show. So all they got to do was, just mention to the world that we were saddened by the loss of Jay Briscoe. A lot of us knew him and blah, 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 blah. And they explained the story of how he died in the car accident. That's as far as they would let them go. They could have done a lot more with an actual tribute show, but again, AOL Time Warner was like, no, you're not doing this on our network. You're going to do a regular AEW show on television, or we're going to have problems. I'm like, but
Matt, don't start that kind of stuff. That's not what they were going to. No, they probably Tony Khan probably went to him and said, hey guys, this is a wrestler that wrestles on our other federation. We'd like to have a tribute show, and most likely AOL Tom Warner said, no, you know what? The fans don't really know ROH. I don't think it's correct at this time. They're not going to be like, oh, no, you don't know. We're not going to do it. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. No, come on, Matt. That's not the way. That's not the way we're going to do it. Go ahead.
I mean, think about it. Did anybody in 2005, 2006 know anything about the original ECW? No, and they got on Sci-Fi Network, right? And then people started learning about them. So it would have helped had they been able to do an actual ROH tribute show versus an AEW show. And besides,
if you're doing a tribute show, you're not showcasing any of ROH. You're only showcasing one guy and his brother in some matches, and people are talking about him. So you're saying, oh, no one knew about ECW, and then they got the cable contract, and then everybody knew about it. This one show, if it was a tribute show, was not going to showcase ROH whatsoever. It's not going to showcase Jay Lethal and his incredible run, as champion, or whoever was their TV champion for the long, long time that it was, or Castellagi, that he was there forever, and do that. Bryan Danielson was there forever, and a tribute show is just that. It's a tribute show for one person, just like the Eddie Guerrero tribute show. If you saw just the tribute show, you don't really know what goes on in WWE. You only saw Eddie Guerrero, and then a couple of matches here, a couple of matches there, and then people crying like crazy. Doesn't do anything for the federation, for that particular federation. So by having a tribute show, it wasn't going to open there. Oh my God, we got to see ROH. No, it wasn't going to do that. It's a tribute show. It's exactly that. Now, like you said with ECW, what they need to do, or what they should have done, what Tony Khan should have done, was get ROH on cable TV somewhere. Give them the midnight to 1 o'clock in the morning, like ECW had back in the day. Give them the spot at midnight just to get them on cable. So then you could say, okay, well, people are watching it. Okay, it'll become more popular. We move it earlier, blah, blah, blah. But to try and use Jay's death to push ROH, no, that's not right. That's not something Tony Khan would have done or did. And I'm pretty sure the executives at Time Warner AOL feel the same way. We're not gonna glorify this guy's death so you can get a cable show later. You think about that. Tony Khan's not that type. Vince would have done something like that. Tony Khan, no. Tony Khan cares. He's not going to try and publicize one person's death, 2 daughters in the hospital in critical condition, the family mourning and not knowing what's going to be happening, you think Tony Khan's saying, "Hey, I'm going to get a show out of this. Let's do a tribute show"? No. He probably respectfully said, "Hey guys, we'd like to acknowledge, if possible, maybe a whole tribute show. If not, maybe a portion of the show we can do for Jay Briscoe." AOPA said, no, because no one really knows ROH right now. They won't really know who this wrestler is. There is a certain core of people that will know, but remember, we're thinking of a worldwide audience of millions of people. Of those millions of people, how many know ROH?
And all I have to tell you is that when that news came out, I immediately went to YouTube to watch their match that they had with El Generico and Kevin Steen at the time.
Oh yeah,
That was
best matches ever.
yeah.
Everybody forgets how good Sami Zayn is, who was El Generico. Everybody forgets about that.
Yep.
The one thing, the one side tangent. If I ever get to meet Sami Zayn, like for an autograph session or whatever, one of the first things I'm going to ask him is if he knows about his friend El Generico, if he's still at the Mexican orphanage, because that was the excuse that was given at PWG.
Yeah.
That El Generico, because I was there I was actually there when they did his last match at PWG, and he said, "Oh guys, we all knew what was really going. Of course, we all knew, inside joke. We all knew what was going on, but he was like, guys, I can't do it anymore. There are these orphans that I take care of, and they just need my help now all the time. So this is my last match. I'm leaving for Mexico to take care of the orphans that I sponsor. I'm gonna go help build them a house. So that's where I'll be." And of course, that was his last match because he was leaving for WWE, or NXT, whatever it was, the following week.
Yep. But I really couldn't watch. I was watching the match and listening to it, but then they showed the video of him and his daughter and how he, wrestling is always in the background about family, but not with the Briscoes. They were like, we want our kids involved in our videos, and we'll do this. I'll even make fun of myself with my daughter, and that's what he did, and that was cool. The fact that he wanted to help her do her ballet dance, she's like, I need help. And he puts the hat on, and you see him in the ballet hat. But
that's what all great fathers do. They don't care about themselves. They don't care about embarrassing themselves if it helps, their little ones.
Yep. Well, that's it for me, though.
The other news that I want to talk about was WWE. Vince McMahon, as we all know, came back into the fold. He is now chairman of the board, as he threatened that he had to be. And 3 people have resigned. 2 of them from the chairman. Two are board directors, and one of them was a high-ranking vice president. So 3 people have left. Vince brought the 2 people that he wanted. He brought them back onto the board. As I said, he remains chairman of the board. Stephanie McMahon resigned her position as co-CEO, saying she's going to go back to being a mom, because that's what she was doing before she was given the job of co-CEO. Rumors were that Vince is going to oust Triple H as creative, the person who's in charge of creative control. That hasn't happened yet. I see it happening because Vince has to control everything. So I don't know what Triple H would do, whether Triple H would go back to being just a VP or if he would leave, and be with Stephanie. The other side note is, when he came back, it also came out that the referee that was suing him for $12 million for sexual harassment, that she settled her lawsuit with Vince for an undisclosed amount. I'm figuring it was at least half. Of course, the NDA, so we'll never know. But another payoff for Vince, And now that he's on the board of directors, the other the other people that are on the board with him, those are the ones that got him to turn over his tax papers in the first place, and that's where they found the other $12 million in payouts that he had already done. So we'll see if the genetic jackhammer, as he likes to call himself, continues his wonderful ways. But he's going to try and take total control again, because one of the first things that he did when he got back as chairman of the board was send out an inter-office email to the entire company saying, while I was gone, you did it wrong. All of it.
Yep.
You made this prediction when he first left, though, Big Dog.
Yes, I did.
I mean, I remember it. I mean, you were saying he'll be back, and I think I was trying to fight you a little bit because of all the sexual harassment stuff, and you're saying, "Almighty, shut the fuck up." So
I did not.
No, but you did, and knowing what you know about, but it makes sense. It's just a lot of where'd he go? Well, Speedy,
we lost him.
But Speedy, a lot of collateral damage, though. I mean, it took him long enough to get back, and so do you see this hurting the future really badly with the WWE, or is it going to be a transition period, and also is he going to sell this thing to the Saudi Arabians?
No. Let me pause you right there. Stop you right there. Because think about it. The reports came out 2 weeks ago on Monday, and then 6 hours later, all these reports were coming out. Saudi Arabia bought WWE. Scorekeeper, you know this before than anybody. How in the world would you be able to acquire a multi-billion-dollar company in 4.5 hours? Oh, we bought them.
Well, when you're talking about billion-dollar deals like that, by the time they get announced, it's been done.
Sorry, my phone died.
I know, but thank you for joining us, Big Dog.
My iPad died, so I went back to the phone. What were you saying now? I'm sorry, I missed most of what you said, Almighty.
I put the question toward the Speed Man, and I forget what the question was. About Vince being able to keep things going. I think was it something like that, or he's going to ruin? I don't know. It was just like, is he just going to? Will he ruin the WWE, or is or they'll be like, or will they give him? Or will he just have a transition period? I have to check it again, but didn't he settle some of these cases before he came back?
Oh well, the other ones had already been settled for years. Just they came to
from the WWE funds. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. And that's why he was ousted in the first place, right?
Yes. And this latest one was another lawsuit that was just settled. It was originally for $12 million. I don't know what the settlement was. But the main rumors is that Vince came back because he himself wants to negotiate the TV deals. Excuse me, the TV deals with Fox and USA channels, and those should be happening towards probably end of quarter number 3, early quarter number 4. That's when the TV contracts are up, and also he's trying to facilitate the sale of the WWE to the it was the Saudi Arabian something
Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Yes, that he's trying to facilitate that sale, and amongst others that have been rumored, because there's rumors that Jeff Bezos is interested in buying. There's rumors that Tony Khan's dad, Shahad Khan, who owns the Panthers and AEW, and he has the money for it, that he's interested in buying out WWE.
Isn't he the second richest man to own a team in the NFL next to Jerry Jones?
Yeah,
right?
I believe so.
I mean, yes. I guess that'd be the Walmart money, right? Because I think Walmart didn't Khan. Right, yeah. But I guess that's what I guess to go back. I think when I skimmed this thing when I first posted it, and I just thought Vince was just coming back to negotiate the contracts. And that's why I think I made a comment. Well, who else would you want to negotiate the contracts? I didn't know he was. I was just skimming through it. Didn't know he was coming back. I thought he was still done. But as usual, I should listen to the Big Dog because he called this a year ago or whatever it first happened. You were like, nah, he's coming back. He's coming back. And I think I even asked you to be like some kind of storyline. You said, no,
Nope.
he's just going to come back. But anyway, go ahead, Big Dog, what you were saying.
Well,
I mean-
Speedy, sorry, Big Dog. Speedy actually added something right after. Why don't you go over that, Speedy? Because Big Dog didn't hear what you were saying after.
Oh, I'm
Almighty.
sorry. Yeah.
No, we're good. I'm just trying to keep track of the conversation. Go ahead, Speedy.
Yeah, I was saying earlier when you had got cut out when your phone died, that everybody was saying, well, the Saudi Arabia already bought WWE, and I'm like, it's only been a few hours. There's no way that an acquisition can happen that quickly.
Yeah.
Right, Big Dog?
And then that's when you asked me that, and I said, all kidding aside, if you have $1 billion exchanging, a deal can happen like that. Bullshit. Yeah. You can have an agreement in principle, but again, no. And that's why I was starting to be sarcastic, and that's when the Big Dog returned. That's why I wanted to answer that. So
and that's what's been said. That that he is negotiating to try and sell, because I guess he just doesn't trust the kids that they're going to do better than him. I think it's all ego. He's afraid that they'll do better than him.
Yeah, I think so too.
He did better than his dad, of course, because he took it global, and he's worth billions of dollars now. But for Vince, and when I first talked about that he wanted to come back, and that he threatened the CEO and the board of directors, saying, well, I have 60%, and you can't do anything without my vote. And that was smart of him. He stepped down from CEO and chairman of the board, but he retained all of his stock. So he still had the voting power. Yes, sir.
okay. Big Dog called it that he was going to return. One thing that I did not comment on that a year ago, hand up, Roger, yes, thank you, is he left. Guys, did you ever think that this is part of a storyline as well? And now he is coming back to save it. And also, you guys got to remember this. As like I always tell everyone, sports is a labor. You have jobs. Rules still apply. As a corporation entity, they still have to answer. And there's called corporate governance. A lot of people don't know this. The SEC was looking into. Okay.
They're looking into Vince.
When he left, everything went away. Now he's coming back. So we don't know if it's statute of limitations. We don't know other things. They should be able to look into it.
Ego. Vince thinks he can get away with anything. Doesn't matter if it's the SEC, the whole steroid thing from years ago with Hulk Hogan. He got off smelling like a rose every single time. He feels he has a Teflon suit. So he appeased everybody by going away for a little bit. And of course said, you know what? I'm bored. I want back. And they said, what about the SEC? Bring them on. I can beat them. I'm Vince McMahon.
It looks to me that he never left. And now this is just part of the storyline. This was just to throw the investigations off for a little while, because it hit the news on all the money. It was reported, but it was reported falsely. So that's going to come back.
What part was reported falsely?
Well, remember, the payouts were never listed in the reports as payouts. Because, again, this is a corporate entity. It has to report that stuff. Remember, that's the problem.
Yes.
Is they were never reported properly. That's why the SEC was looking in. Now that he's coming back, I'm sure he says he thinks he's bulletproof, but they're going to start looking at it again. Mm-hmm. And if they do sell, then good for him. My final thought on that is, folks, there's a lot of blood money in Saudi Arabia. Look at what's happening in the PGA. So,
and don't forget, they get their blood money twice a year, because they signed that contract for 10 years, I believe, at like $5 million a pay-per-view. I forgot what crazy amount of money that they were given.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But if Saudi Arabia buys it, it's academic. I'm sorry, Speedy, go.
Maybe NDV Media should buy them.
We had a real, genuine, bitter chance on buying the Dodgers. That one was real.
Yeah, I know.
We don't have the wherewithal. Thank you. But Coffee, I want to thank you, Coffee. He commented on another website. It was a tax website, by the way. He says, Coffee, what did you write about me and taxes? I thought it was hilarious, and I have to answer that one and put it to rest. But he commented on some other website about, I want to be like Roger and be a billionaire and not pay taxes. Something like that. I thought it was funny.
Just
we'll
wanted
see Coffee comments.
Just wanted to comment on this that I put up there for the Coffee put on there. Actually, it would be his dad, Coffee. Tony Khan doesn't have the money. His
Right.
dad does.
Yeah.
Shahzad Shah has the money. Or excuse me, Shahzad Khan has the money. I believe he's worth $8 or $9 billion, I believe.
Something crazy like that.
Yeah,
But also, you know, everybody on the videos for YouTube about this stuff. No, the con that's in WWE is not related to the cons in AEW at all, right?
Oh no.
No.
The CEO that's in WWE, whose last name is Khan, is not related to Shahzad.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's just a coincidence.
Yeah, pure coincidence. And
Oh no!
And final question, and this is the reason why I said during the middle of the show, I'm going to order tons of pizza, because isn't tonight the Royal Rumble pay-per-view? And I've got to talk to Anthony, because he said
2 more weeks.
already. Oh, okay.
Go and order the pizza. The economy needs it. We're going into a recession. Go spend money.
It's the week of the Pro. It's the week of the Pro Bowl. Yeah, Vince.
That's right. Yeah.
WWE always does it. Excuse me, on Pro Bowl week, because no one watches the Pro Bowl. So he knows not to go against the NFC, AFC Championship games or the Super Bowl.
Go spend the money. Go spend the money.
So he tucks it into when Pro Bowl goes. So I believe that's January 29th, I believe. I'm not quite
sure.
Scorekeeper, what's that final Sunday of this month? Is that 29th?
28th.
It is going to be the 26th.
26th.
That's
okay.
the final Sunday.
So it's 2 weeks from now, correct?
No. It's a few more. February, right? That's the one you're asking.
No, the final Sunday in January is what date?
I'm sorry, Speedy. You demand 29th.
I
thought you said February.
So the 29th, yeah. So the 29th is Royal Rumble. My favorite pay-per-view over WrestleMania.
Yeah, mine too. I would think. But I kind of hope that, you know, because there has been talk, you know, off and on, when Stephanie was half CEO at the time, when she said, we should bring back Backlash as an actual pay-per-view. We should bring back this. And I'm like, yes. And everybody else agreed with me. And then we all went, well, never mind. Let's put our hands down because Vince is back. I like the old, you know, graphics, you know, how they had in the arena where it would look like an actual hook with hooking people, and it just went into the TV screen at every point in the pay-per-view for Backlash.
I want them to bring back blood.
What's that?
I want blood.
Yes, me too.
Blood.
Yes.
Blood and chair shots.
Yeah, blood and chair shots. You know, it's funny. One of my friends, Patrick, last night, because we always joke about this stuff. He's like, when I see you on Friday, I'm going to give you the stunner. I'm like, no, you're too tall for that. He's like, I'm the Big Show, and I'm like, all I need to do is grab a chair and at least take out one of your knees, and then you'll be down on one knee, and I'll get you from there.
I have a question because my phone now is gonna die. Shit. Have any of you three or anyone in the chat room ever actually put a wrestling move on another person? Any move, any of the moves. I personally have had and put on the figure 4 leg lock on other people, and it works. It hurts like a motherfucker.
Oh, Coffee said right away, figure 4, and it hurts.
With a scorekeeper?
No, this is before Raj.
No, Coffee said right. Oh. What the hell's the matter with you?
No.
Well,
I haven't used a wrestling move. I did the Vulcan neck pitch once, but I missed and pinched her butt. But
I've shared many
story.
I've shared many times. I've shared many times here with you guys about the time when we were kids when I picked up one of my cousins and I powerbombed him through my grandpa's bed. But you know how the old Victorian houses are. There's little interiors you can run through. So the actual interior runs through and blocks, but there's a bathroom right there, but it goes back out into the hallway. So what I did when my grandpa heard the bed break, he goes, "Hey, what's going on in there?" And I went, time for me to bail. And my cousins were like, "Where do you think you're going? You're a part of this." I'm like, "No, I'm not." I went around the other side, went through the kitchen, made it look like I came out of the bathroom, and I go, "What's up?" And all the adults were like, and my mom's like, "You're supposed to be watching your brothers." I'm like, "I am. I just came back from the bathroom. What happened?" And my grandpa goes, "Did you know they broke my bed?" I go, "What? Wow. Who broke Grandpa's bed?" I wonder how that happened. And all my cousins, because they're younger, except one, my cousin Sergio, he's like, "Well," I was like, "Sergio, really?" He goes, my grandpa's like, "What?" My cousin Sergio's like, "No comment," and nobody said anything. Not even my little brothers. Because I was the one that broke the bed. From a powerbomb, I just went.
Yeah, now that Tony said that, I've done full Nelsons on people, but the figure 4 does hurt. I don't know. Yeah, that one does hurt like a lot.
Yeah, it does. It does. But that's it for me. Listen, you pencil neck geeks. Start watching wrestling.
Same here. I got to get going because my phone's going to die, and it's 10:20. There's no show tonight, Scorekeepers? I mean, no 10:30?
No.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Almighty, do you have anything else?
No, I'm finished. We can hold off
right.
till anything else we can discuss at the professionals.
All right.
If it's that important.
All right. Sounds fair. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Almighty. Oh, sorry. That's Almighty. That's Speedy. That's where the hell is he? That's the big dog over there. I'm the Scorekeeper. This is Sports Talk with the guys. Bundy Splash 2.
Yeah, the Bundy Splash.
Thank you, everyone, for spending your morning with us.
Yep.
And it's absolutely awesome. We're looking to do a professionals more than likely on Monday night. We'll see you guys on the other side. Thank you, and peace always. So, Almighty, take us away, dude.
Thanks for joining us this week. This has been a great time to spend with all the people that listen to the show and make our picks. And let's see who has the best record after this week. So everyone have a good week. Enjoy the football. That's for damn sure. So off to you, Speedy. What's your sign off?
Have a great weekend, everyone. Enjoy lots of football, as Almighty said, and take care. Big dog.
Go Niners!
Oh. How did I know?
Go Niners! Hey, Niners!
All right, folks. We'll see you. Peace.